Welcome back to Terrified Tales, where the rain falls slow and the fear creeps in quicker. Like and subscribe before we begin, and tell us where and when you're listening. Midnight, alone, that's when they find you. Eleanor Blackwood stood in the doorway of her childhood home, staring out into the fog-choked morning. The mansion, though once full of warmth and life, now seemed a hollow shell, its stone walls cracked and weathered by years of neglect. Vines, thick with rot and age, crawled up the sides, reaching toward the heavens as if trying to reclaim the place as their own. The large windows were dark, their panes shattered from the storms of seasons long past. The air itself was heavy, thick with the scent of mildew and decay, and yet, beneath it all, there was an undeniable, almost visceral presence that lingered. The house had always been a presence in a way. Eleanor's parents had never been able to explain why they had chosen the remote village of Ashford Hollow, nor why they had fallen in love with the house. But it had been a place that felt alive. Even as a child, Eleanor had felt that sense of something lurking just beyond the edges of her perception. It was a feeling that only grew more intense with time, until it became too much for her to ignore. And now, after a year of grieving the sudden loss of her younger sister Lucy, Eleanor had returned to face the ghosts that had haunted her, both in the manor and within herself. Her fingers brushed against the iron railing of the stairs leading up to the front door. She could already feel the weight of the memories pressing down on her, every step closer to the house, like 1,000 stone, bricks being piled onto her chest. Lucy's laughter, once so bright and full of life, seemed to echo faintly in her ears. But it wasn't real. It couldn't be. Eleanor hadn't been able to shake the feeling since the night Lucy died, a strange sensation that something beyond death had taken her. The police had ruled it an accident, a fall. But Eleanor knew. She had known before they found Lucy's body, before anyone spoke of it. She had seen the shadows shifting in the corners of her mind and heard the whispers in the wind. The forest had called to Lucy, just as it had called to countless others. Her gaze shifted toward the vast expanse of trees that surrounded the village, the hollow, the woods that had always been there, ever present. At times the whispers would rise to a crescendo, tantalizing and coaxing, urging the children of Ashford Hollow to wander into the depths, where they would vanish without a trace. Eleanor had thought it a foolish myth, a thing for children to scare one another with. Until it happened to Lucy. The authorities had never spoken of the forest as the cause of her death. The local townsfolk never seemed to care. But Eleanor knew. She could feel it in the air. The forest, the hollow, was not just a place of trees. It was something else, something darker. The house creaked behind her as she stepped forward, each footfall a hollow thud that seemed to echo for miles in the oppressive silence. The door swung open with a groan, revealing the darkened interior. Eleanor hadn't been back since Lucy's funeral, and the house had aged in her absence. The once grand staircase loomed ahead, draped in shadows, its polished wood dulled by time. Her heart skipped a beat as she took her first step inside. It was as though time itself had stood still. The familiar scent of old wood and dust mixed with a sharp tang of something else, something metallic, like the taste of blood. Eleanor shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, trying to shake off the unease that crawled up her spine. "Welcome back," a voice rasped, causing her to jump. She turned quickly, her breath catching in her throat. Rose Barnes stood in the doorway of the living room, her soft eyes glinting with a mixture of curiosity and caution. The young librarian had been a childhood friend, though their paths had long diverged. Rose had never left Ashford Hollow, never once thought to leave the quiet, claustrophobic town. She was a fixture here, like the trees of the hollow itself. "Rose," Eleanor breathed, exhaling in relief. "I didn't expect you." Rose offered a tight-lipped smile, I thought I'd stop by, make sure you made it safely back. She studied Eleanor's face for a long moment, eyes narrowing slightly. You're not planning on staying long, are you? Eleanor shook her head, but even as the words left her mouth, she realized how untrue they felt. She had come back to the manor with no intention of staying long. Yet now, standing here in the place that held the last traces of her sister, she felt an unnerving pull, a gravitational force urging her to stay, to face whatever it was that still haunted this place, to uncover the truth. I'm not sure yet, Eleanor said softly, her voice trailing off. There's something I need to find out. Rose's brow furrowed, concern etched across her face. About Lucy, Eleanor nodded, her throat tightening. I don't believe she fell, not by accident. Rose crossed the room slowly, her steps soft on the creaking floorboards. What do you mean? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know. Eleanor swallowed hard. But I can feel it. Something's wrong here. Something's always been wrong. Rose reached out, her fingers brushing against Eleanor's arm. It's been a year, Eleanor. Sometimes grief can make us see things that aren't really there. I'm not imagining it, Eleanor snapped, her voice breaking, slightly as the anger she'd kept locked inside bubbled to the surface. I know what I felt. The night she died. It was like something was pulling her into the forest, like it called to her. Rose took a step back, her expression unreadable. You're not the first to feel that way. There are stories about the hollow, about people who disappear, about the whispers that draw you in. I don't care about the stories, Eleanor said, her voice hard. I'm going to find out the truth. Rose hesitated, then nodded. If you really want to know, there's someone who can help you. Hugo Wright. He's the one who knows the history of this place. The real history. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. Who is he? An old historian, lives just outside the village. He's been researching Ashford Hollow for years. People say he's a little... Rose paused, searching for the right word. Obsessed. Obsessed with what? The forest, the hollow, the disappearances. Eleanor frowned. And you think he can help me? Rose nodded, a hint of unease in her voice. If anyone can, it's him. Eleanor's pulse quickened. She felt an undeniable urge to find this man, to confront whatever knowledge he held. But she also felt something more, something darker that stirred within her chest, whispering in her ear that this was the path she had been meant to walk. With a deep breath, Eleanor turned and headed for the door. I'll find him. Eleanor. Please, Rose called after her, but Eleanor didn't stop. She couldn't. The pull of the hollow was too strong now. There was no turning back. The sun had set long before Eleanor arrived at the outskirts of Ashford Hollow, and the village now lay blanketed in a quiet that was both suffocating and familiar. The fog had rolled in swiftly, swallowing the narrow cobblestone streets, leaving only a vague sense of where the road ended and the unknown began. As Eleanor passed the quaint cottages and overgrown hedges, her eyes were drawn to the towering trees at the edge of the village, the hollow. Their gnarled branches reached into the sky like twisted fingers that seemed to beckon her forward, despite her every instinct screaming at her to turn back. Her mind was a whirlwind, her thoughts tangled with grief, confusion, and an insatiable need to understand what had happened to Lucy. It had been a year since the day her sister's body was found at the foot of the cliffs just beyond the forest's edge, and in that time, Eleanor had tried desperately to put the past behind her. She had tried to bury her guilt, her regret, but it was like trying to hide the ocean with a handful of sand. It couldn't be done. Tonight, as she walked toward the faded and weather-beaten house of Hugo Wright, the historian who Rose had mentioned, Eleanor couldn't help but feel as though the very ground she walked on was shifting beneath her. The air was thick with moisture, the fog so dense now that she could barely see the cobblestone path underfoot. She wished she had brought a flashlight, but she didn't want to seem like she was expecting something dangerous. After all, she wasn't afraid, at least that's what she kept telling herself. Hugo's house was located on the outskirts of the village, nestled in the shadows of the great woods. It was a small, decrepit cottage, its windows cracked and covered in ivy. There was an unsettling stillness to it, as though it hadn't been touched in years. The door creaked open before she could knock, and a figure emerged from the shadows. "Ah, Miss Blackwood," Hugo said, his voice gravelly, thick with age. "I've been expecting you." Eleanor hadn't told him when she would arrive, and yet Hugo had somehow known. She had heard rumors about him, whispers of his strange ability to predict things and his obsessive study of the hollow, but she hadn't put much stock into them. Now, standing before him, she couldn't help but feel an uneasy chill crawl up her spine. "I didn't realize you were expecting me," she said, trying to sound casual, but her voice trembled slightly. "Rose said you might be able to help me." Hugo's eyes gleamed in the low light, reflecting the dimness like shards of broken glass. "I've been waiting for someone like you to come." He stepped aside, motioning for her to enter. "Come inside, Miss Blackwood. There is much we need to discuss." Inside, the cottage was even darker than it had appeared from the outside. Shelves lined the walls, covered in dusty books, maps, and ancient scrolls. The air smelled of old paper and something else, a faint scent of mildew that seemed to hang heavily in the room. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Hugo gestured to a chair near the fire. "Sit," he said. "We have a long night ahead of us." Eleanor hesitated, then sat, her eyes scanning the room as Hugo settled across from her. His face was lined with age, his skin pale and weathered, as though he had spent his entire life buried in the secrets of Ashford Hollow. There was an intensity to him, a sharpness in his eyes that made her uneasy. "Tell me what you know, Miss Blackwood," he said. "About your sister and the Hollow." Eleanor clenched her fists in her lap. "I know it's not an accident. Lucy didn't fall. She was drawn to the forest. I feel it in my bones. Something called to her. I have to understand what happened." Hugo's gaze softened, but there was a quiet sorrow behind his eyes. "The Hollow has a way of drawing people in," he said. "It always has. The forest is not like other forests. It has a history, one that stretches back centuries. And those who are touched by it, they disappear." Eleanor felt her heart pound in her chest. She wasn't sure what she had expected from Hugo, but it wasn't this. "What do you mean, touched? What's in the Hollow?" "There are forces there," Hugo said slowly, as though carefully choosing his words. "Forces that aren't of this world. It's an old place, Miss Blackwood, older than any of us can truly understand. But there is a legend, one that the villagers try to keep buried. They say the forest is cursed, that it's tied to an ancient pact." "A pact?" Eleanor repeated. "What kind of pact?" Hugo leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "A pact that has been passed down through generations of this village. A pact with an entity, something that lives in the Hollow. It feeds on grief, on sorrow, and every so often it demands a sacrifice." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. "A sacrifice?" "Yes," Hugo said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The Hollow claims what it needs, and if the villagers fail to give it, it takes them. It takes their children." Eleanor recoiled, her mind spinning. She had heard the stories of children disappearing, of the whispers that led them into the forest, but she had always dismissed them as folklore, as nothing more than superstition. Yet here, in this dimly lit room with Hugo's eyes locked on hers, the stories felt all too real. "But why?" Eleanor asked, her voice barely audible. Why Lucy? Why her? Hugo's face tightened. The hollow doesn't choose its victims at random. It calls to those who are vulnerable, those who are grieving, those who are broken. Your sister. She was touched by the forest, Miss Blackwood. It called to her because of you. Eleanor's heart pounded in her chest. What do you mean? Hugo's gaze darkened. It was your grief, Miss Blackwood. Your sorrow. The hollow fed on it. And your sister, she became its vessel. Eleanor's mind reeled. She had always thought of herself as the one who was suffering, the one who had lost. But now, Hugo was telling her that her grief had drawn Lucy into the forest, had made her a target. What can I do? Eleanor asked, her voice shaking. How can I stop this? How can I bring her back? Hugo shook his head slowly. I don't know. The only way to stop the hollow is to sever the pact. But that is not an easy thing to do. The entity in the forest is powerful. It is ancient. And it won't let go easily. A silence settled between them, thick with unspoken truths. Eleanor's thoughts were a whirlwind spinning out of control. The hollow wasn't just a forest. It was a living, breathing thing, and it had taken her sister. It had taken her sister because of her own pain, her own loss. I need to know everything, Eleanor said, her voice firm. I need to know how to stop it. Hugo studied her for a long moment, as if weighing her resolve. Finally, he nodded. Very well, but be warned, Miss Blackwood. The path you are about to walk is not one you can return from easily. Eleanor's chest tightened, but her resolve remained unbroken. I don't care. I have to save Lucy. Hugo sighed deeply, then rose to his feet, moving to a bookshelf at the far end of the room. He pulled down an old, weathered book, its pages yellowed with age. This is the history of the hollow, he said, placing it on the table before her. The story of the pact, of the entity that lives there. It's all written here. But be warned, Miss Blackwood. The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Eleanor didn't hesitate. She opened the book, her fingers trembling slightly as she turned the first page. As the words of the ancient text filled her mind, she knew there was no turning back now. The hollow had claimed Lucy, and Eleanor would do whatever it took to get her back. Eleanor sat in Hugo Wright's dimly lit cottage, the fire crackling softly as she stared down at the ancient book he had placed before her. The flickering shadows seemed to dance across the pages, casting ominous shapes on the worn leather cover. Her hands trembled as she flipped through the brittle pages, each one more unsettling than the last. The book was old, far older than anything she had ever touched before. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink fading in places as though time itself sought to erase the history contained within. The language, though archaic, was familiar. Yet the more she read, the more the words seemed to blur together into something darker, something that resisted her understanding. Her fingers hesitated over a particular passage, and then she read the words aloud, though her voice was barely above a whisper. In the beginning, before the village was born, there was the hollow, a place of darkness where the trees grew tall and the whispers of the ancients could be heard. It is said that the forest was not always so, that the hollow was once a sanctuary, a place of peace. But all things change, and the forest grew hungry. It called to the villagers, promising prosperity and protection in exchange for a vow. Eleanor paused, her breath catching in her throat. The words felt like they were written for her, for this very moment, as if the curse of the hollow had been waiting for her to discover it, to understand the price that had been paid generations ago. Hugo, who had been watching her intently, spoke, softly, as though afraid to disturb the gravity of the moment. The pact was made long ago, a blood pact. The villagers promised the Hollow a sacrifice, one to ensure the survival of their people, their land. And every generation, they honor that pact, though the cost is steep. The spirits of the lost children, the ones drawn into the forest, they remain bound to the Hollow. Eleanor's heart thudded in her chest as the weight of his words settled into her bones. She had heard the stories of children who wandered into the woods, never to return. But now, those stories no longer felt like myths. They were real as the pain that gnawed at her insides, as real as the sense of foreboding that seemed to be growing inside her with every passing moment. "The spirits," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You mean the children? The ones who disappear?" Hugo nodded gravely. "Yes, every child who vanishes into the Hollow is claimed by the forest. Their souls are bound to it, trapped between worlds. The Hollow does not just take their lives, it takes their very essence, and the pact, the one your ancestors made, ensures that the village remains safe in exchange for their souls." Eleanor's stomach turned. She felt as though she might be sick. The idea that her family, her bloodline, had made such a horrifying bargain, had condemned the children of Ashford Hollow to an eternity of suffering, was too much to bear. "But why Lucy?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Why her? She wasn't part of this. She was just a child." Hugo's eyes softened, but there was a darkness in them, an understanding that no one would ever want to grasp. "The Hollow doesn't choose its victims by age or innocence. It chooses those who are vulnerable, those who are broken, who carry the weight of grief. It senses your pain, Miss Blackwood, your sorrow, your guilt. It is a beacon. The Hollow was drawn to your loss. And Lucy, she was the one it took." Eleanor's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms. The Hollow had fed on her grief, on her inability to move forward after Lucy's death. And now it had taken Lucy in return. It felt like a cruel, twisted game, and she had no choice but to play along. "I don't understand," Eleanor said, her voice shaking with a mixture of fear and anger. "If this pact has been in place for generations, why hasn't anyone tried to stop it? Why hasn't anyone broken it?" Hugo hesitated before answering. "It's not as simple as breaking. The pact, Miss Blackwood, the entity that resides in the Hollow, whatever it is powerful beyond understanding. The forest itself is alive. It has roots that stretch into the very soul of the village, into the land itself. To break the pact would mean confronting something that no one has ever dared face. Those who have tried have disappeared without a trace." A cold shiver ran down Eleanor's spine. "But I have to try," she said, her voice firm despite the overwhelming fear that gripped her. "I have to save Lucy, I have to stop it." Hugo's gaze darkened, and he leaned forward, his voice low and urgent. "Be careful, Miss Blackwood. The Hollow doesn't give up its secrets easily. It will twist your thoughts, your memories. It will make you question what is real and what is not. It will make you believe that the sacrifice is the only way to end the pain. And it will do everything in its power to make you give in." Eleanor met Hugo's gaze with unwavering determination. "I won't give in. I won't let the Hollow win." Hugo sighed deeply, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. "I hope for your sake that you're right. Because if you fail, Miss Blackwood, the Hollow will claim you as it has claimed so many others." The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a soft glow on the room as silence fell between them. Eleanor felt as though the weight of the world had settled onto her shoulders. The path ahead was unclear, shrouded in darkness, but one thing was certain: she could not walk away. Not now, not after everything she had learned. Her mind was already racing, thoughts moving faster than she could process them. There had to be a way to break the pact, to sever the bond between the village and the Hollow. But how? What did she need to do? The forest had taken Lucy, but it would take more than that to stop her. Eleanor stood up abruptly, her resolve hardening. Where do I begin? Hugo's eyes narrowed. The forest, he said softly. The heart of the hollow. That is where the pact was made. That is where the truth lies. But be warned, Miss Blackwood, once you enter the hollow, there is no turning back. Eleanor nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. I don't care. I'm going. Hugo reached out and grabbed her arm, his grip tight and urgent. You don't understand, do you? The hollow will test you. It will make you face your deepest fears, your darkest regrets. It will show you things that will break you, and you may not be able to return from that. Eleanor shook her head, her jaw set with determination. I'm ready. I have to do this. For Lucy. Hugo's expression softened, but there was no smile, no comfort to be found in his eyes. Very well, but remember this. The hollow doesn't just take lives. It takes your soul. It takes everything that makes you, you. And once it has you, it doesn't let go. Eleanor didn't respond. She couldn't. She was already thinking of the forest, of the dark woods that had claimed so many, including her sister. The time for hesitation had passed. The hollow had stolen Lucy's life, but Eleanor was determined to take it back. She didn't know how, but she would find a way. She had no choice. The night hung heavy around Ashford Hollow, cloaking the village in a suffocating stillness that seemed to press against Eleanor's chest. The air felt thick with foreboding, as though the very earth beneath her feet was aware of her intentions. Eleanor had barely slept since her conversation with Hugo, her mind racing with images of Lucy, of her sister's hollow eyes and the whispers that had led her into the hollow. She had to face it. She had to go into the heart of the forest and confront whatever darkness had claimed her sister's life. The following morning, she rose early, slipping quietly out of the manor and into the dense fog that seemed to hang in the village like a living entity. It was still dark, though the first faint traces of light were beginning to break through the overcast sky. She had made her decision the night before, after Hugo's grim warning. There was no more time for hesitation. Her footsteps echoed against the cobblestones as she walked toward the edge of the village. She barely noticed the quiet glances from the villagers as they passed her by, the whispers that always seemed to follow her every movement. They had always known she was different, always seen her as a shadow of the woman she used to be. But now, as she neared the forest, they seemed to understand something she had yet to fully grasp, that she was not simply a grieving sister. She was a woman walking toward her fate. The hollow loomed ahead, its dark, towering trees like silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the village. The fog grew thicker the closer she got, curling around her ankles like fingers, pulling her deeper into the unknown. Eleanor paused at the edge of the forest, her breath hitching in her throat. The shadows were deep within the trees, the forest beyond swallowed in an almost palpable silence, broken only by the distant call of a raven. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest, every instinct screaming at her to turn around. But she had come too far to stop now. Lucy had been taken. The hollow had claimed her sister's life, and Eleanor would not leave until she had uncovered the truth. As soon as she crossed the threshold into the forest, the temperature seemed to drop. The air felt colder, sharper, as though the trees themselves were sucking the warmth from her body. Eleanor's breath fogged in front of her as she pressed on, her steps muffled by the thick underbrush beneath her boots. The trees towered overhead, their skeletal branches twisting and contorting, blocking out much of the light. A heavy silence hung around her, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant croak of a bird. The deeper she ventured into the hollow, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Her skin prickled, goosebumps rising on her arms, but it wasn't the cold that made her shiver. It was the feeling of being watched, of being drawn deeper into the forest's grip. The whispers began, faint at first, like a distant murmur on the edge of her consciousness. She paused, her breath catching in her throat. The words were indistinguishable, too soft to make out, but they were unmistakable. Whispers, just like the ones Lucy had heard before she disappeared. The thought sent a chill running through her spine. At first, she tried to ignore them, to press on despite the rising fear in her chest. But the whispers grew louder, swirling around her like a living thing, just out of reach. It was as though they were calling her name, coaxing her forward, urging her to come deeper into the forest. Eleanor. The voice was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it sent a jolt of recognition through her chest. She stopped in her tracks, her heart hammering in her ears. Had she heard that correctly? Was that her name? She strained her ears, trying to locate the source of the voice, but the forest was still unyielding. Eleanor, come closer. The voice was clearer now, not in her mind but out in the air, a whisper that seemed to be carried on the wind itself. Eleanor's eyes scanned the trees around her, her breath shallow, her pulse quickening. She knew this voice. She knew it. Lucy. The word fell from her lips before she could stop herself, a desperate plea. It felt like she was drowning in the weight of that name, the weight of her sister's absence. Eleanor, come find me. I'm waiting. The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, the words echoing in her mind, urging her forward, drawing her deeper into the woods. The forest seemed to shift around her, the trees groaning and creaking as though alive. The ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple, as if the earth itself were pulling her deeper, pulling her into its dark, hungry maw. Without thinking, Eleanor moved forward. Each step felt like a battle, her mind screaming at her to turn back, to run, to escape before it was too late. But the whispers had her in their grasp, and she could not resist. She could not stop herself. As she walked deeper into the forest, the trees began to close in on her, their branches like claws reaching down to scrape at her skin. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, the words slipping into her thoughts, filling her mind with memories that were not her own. She saw flashes of her sister's face, pale and twisted in pain, her eyes wide with terror as she was pulled toward the darkness. She heard Lucy's laughter, faint and distant, before it was swallowed by the shadows. And then she saw it. In the distance, through the thick fog and the twisted trees, there was a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, overgrown with moss and vines. The stones were dark, as though stained with the blood of a long-forgotten sacrifice. And standing beside the altar was a figure, a shadow, half-formed, shifting in the mist. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. She knew that figure. She knew it like she knew herself. It was Lucy, but it wasn't really Lucy, not anymore. The figure turned toward her, and for a moment, Eleanor froze. The face that stared back at her was twisted, a distorted version of her sister's features. Her eyes were wide and vacant, her mouth stretched in an unnatural grin. There was nothing of the Lucy Eleanor had known in that face. This was something else, something that had been consumed by the hollow, twisted by its darkness. Lucy, Eleanor breathed, her voice trembling. The figure did not answer. Instead, it reached out a hand, beckoning her forward. The whispers grew louder, more frantic now, urging Eleanor to step closer, to give in. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees pressing against her from all sides, their branches reaching out like hands, pulling her toward the altar, toward the figure that was no longer her sister. "Come closer, Eleanor," the voice whispered again, only now it was no longer Lucy's voice. It was something else, something deeper, something ancient. "Come and join us. Become one with the hollow." Eleanor's chest tightened, panic rising in her throat. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. The air felt thick, suffocating, as though the very forest was trying to swallow her whole. Her mind screamed for her to run, to turn and flee, but her feet refused to obey. She was drawn forward step by step toward the altar. And then, just as she was within arm's reach of the figure, the ground beneath her feet shifted. The earth cracked open. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the forest, a sound like the heartbeat of the hollow itself. The stone altar trembled, and the fog thickened, swirling around her like a living, breathing thing. She reached out instinctively, her fingers brushing against the cold stone, and then everything went black. When Eleanor woke, she was no longer in the forest. The mist had dissipated, and the oppressive weight of the hollow had faded, but the lingering sense of dread gnawed at her bones. She was lying on the cold stone floor, her limbs stiff and aching from an unknown struggle. The first thing she noticed was the silence. It was not the empty quiet of the village, or even the heavy stillness of the woods. It was the absence of everything. No whispers, no voices, not even the wind. Her body trembled as she pushed herself upright, her hands finding the rough stone beneath her. Her heart raced, and her breath came in short, ragged gasps. For a moment, she wasn't sure where she was. Her mind felt hazy, as though something had clouded her memories. But then she saw it, the altar. It was there, standing ominously before her, the stone covered in dark stains, some fresh and some ancient. The same altar she had seen in the forest. But now it was just a part of the room she found herself in. The dim light illuminated the walls, revealing an ancient chamber that seemed to stretch forever. The air was damp and thick with the scent of decay, of time forgotten. Eleanor stood, her body protesting against the movement, and glanced around the chamber. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with countless old tomes and brittle scrolls. Strange symbols were etched into the stone, winding in patterns that made her dizzy just looking at them. But what caught her attention was the far wall, where a large mirror hung, its surface dark and cracked, as if it had not been touched in centuries. As she stumbled toward the mirror, her reflection seemed to waver and shift, the image distorting, as though it were not truly hers. She reached out a trembling hand, her fingers brushing the cold glass. The moment her touch made contact, the world seemed to shift. A rush of memories flooded her mind, memories that didn't belong to her. Flashes of her great-grandfather, a man she had never known, his face twisted in pain as he performed a ritual beneath the same altar. The whispers of his words, an incantation she could not understand, seemed to echo in her ears, reverberating through her skull. His eyes were wide with terror, his hands trembling as he made an offering. Something dark, something unspeakable. The vision broke as quickly as it had come, and Eleanor stumbled back from the mirror, her heart pounding. The room around her seemed to shift again, the altar now impossibly distant. It was as though the very structure of the space was changing, warping to reflect the chaos within her mind. She spun around, looking for an exit, a way out of this strange, shifting place. But the chamber was vast, and she saw no doors, no windows, only the altar and the bookshelves that surrounded her. She could feel the weight of something pressing in from all sides. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized there was no way out. "Lucy," she whispered, her voice shaking as it escaped her lips. "Lucy, where are you?" The silence answered, her with only the hum of the air. The hollow's hold on her was deeper than she had ever imagined. This place was no longer just the forest. It was something much worse, something ancient and twisted. And it was calling to her, drawing her in like a spider to its web. Eleanor's heart ached with the unbearable weight of the grief that still lingered, a dull ache that threatened to crush her. She could still hear Lucy's voice in her mind. still feel her sister's presence, and yet it felt like she was slipping further and further away. This wasn't just about finding Lucy. It wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about understanding the very nature of the darkness that had been festering in the hollow for generations, a darkness that had shaped her family's legacy. Without thinking, Eleanor reached out again, this time toward one of the books on the shelf. It was a thick tome, its cover worn and stained with age, the title illegible under layers of dust. She pulled it from the shelf, feeling the weight of it in her hands. She flipped it open to the first page, her eyes scanning the text as she read aloud. "The hollow is a place of binding. Those who enter, those who seek the truth, are bound by the forest's will. The entity that resides within is not a being, but a force that feeds on the grief of the living and the souls of the lost. It is an ancient power, one that predates time itself, and it is through the bloodline of the cursed that it remains tied to the world. The pact made long ago is not merely a contract. It is a bond, a curse, a chain that links the fate of the village with that of the forest. Only through the breaking of this chain can the hollow be freed. But the cost will be steep. The blood of the living must be spilled, and the soul of the one who binds must be sacrificed." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat as she read the final words, her mind racing to make sense of them. Her hands shook as she closed the book, her thoughts scattered. A sacrifice. The blood of the living. Her own bloodline, tied to this dark force for generations. Her mind raced as the weight of the curse pressed in on her. The hollow had claimed Lucy, and it would continue to claim more, unless she could find a way to stop it. But the price was high, too high. Was there truly a way to break the curse, or was it too late for everyone? As she pondered these questions, a voice echoed in the chamber, soft and ethereal. It was not her sister's voice this time, but something darker, something more ancient. "You have come seeking answers, Eleanor Blackwood, but be careful what you ask for. The hollow does not give freely. It demands a price." Eleanor spun around, her heart pounding. But there was no one there. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, its presence filling the chamber like a dark cloud. She swallowed hard, her mind racing. She had heard the stories, but to hear this voice now, to feel the power behind it, was something else entirely. This was no mere legend. This was real, and it was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. "You cannot break the pact, Eleanor. Not without paying the price," the voice continued, its tone cold and distant. "Your sister's soul is not the first to be claimed, and it will not be the last. The forest is hungry, and it will not be satisfied until it has consumed all." "Why?" Eleanor gasped, her voice trembling with desperation. "Why my sister? Why me?" The voice laughed, a low, hollow sound that sent a shiver down Eleanor's spine. "Because you are the key, Eleanor. You are the one who carries the curse. Your blood is the last to bind the village to the hollow, and only through you can the chain be severed. But beware, for the cost is greater than you can imagine." Eleanor's thoughts whirled. She had always known there was something dark about her family, something she had never fully understood. The history that Hugo had alluded to, the pact that bound the village to the hollow, it all pointed to one thing: her family's bloodline. But she had never suspected that she, of all people, would be the one to break it, the one to end it. And now, the hollow was warning her of the price she would have to pay. She gripped the book tighter, her knuckles white. The forest was not just a place. It was alive, a living, breathing force that fed on sorrow and grief. It had claimed her sister, and it would claim her too, unless she found a way to break the chain. But the cost was steep. The sacrifice was inevitable. Tears stung her eyes as she thought of Lucy. of her sister's innocent smile, of the life that had been stolen from her. She would do anything to bring her back, but the price. Could she pay it? Could she bear the weight of it all? "I will break it," she whispered, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. "I will end this, for Lucy, for the village." The voice in the chamber chuckled again, but there was no warmth in it, only the cold, unfeeling presence of the hollow. "You may think you are ready, Eleanor, but remember this. Once the chain is broken, once the pact is severed, there is no going back. You will be lost to the hollow forever." And with that, the voice faded, leaving Eleanor standing alone in the chamber, her body trembling with the weight of what she had just learned. The hollow had claimed her family for generations, and now it would demand its final sacrifice. The only question that remained was whether Eleanor was willing to pay the price. The silence that followed the voice's departure was deafening. Eleanor stood motionless in the center of the chamber, the weight of its words pressing down on her chest like 1,000 stones. Her mind reeled with the realization that she was standing at the precipice of something far beyond her comprehension. The hollow had spoken. The price she would have to pay had been laid bare before her, and though the truth was harrowing, it also crystallized her purpose. The room around her seemed to close in, the walls narrowing as if the chamber itself was reacting to the forces that had just been unleashed. The altar remained cold and ominous, but her gaze was drawn to the farthest corner of the chamber, where a door now stood, one that had not been visible before. It was a heavy, ancient wooden door, framed by a dark ironwork design that shimmered faintly in the dim light. She could feel it calling to her, the pull of it stronger than her fear. Eleanor swallowed hard, her throat dry. She had been searching for answers, seeking the truth, but now the truth felt like a curse. She could almost hear the whispers again, their insistent calls still reverberating in her skull. "Eleanor, come closer. The time has come." She took a step forward, the cold stone beneath her boots pressing up through her soles, grounding her to the place where her fate would be decided. She had come this far. There was no turning back now. Her sister's face flashed in her mind. Lucy, the smiling child, the innocent girl who had wandered into the forest and never returned. Eleanor could still hear her laughter in her ears, though it now felt like a distant memory, one slipping through her fingers with every passing second. The door creaked as she approached, a groaning sound that seemed to vibrate through her bones. She reached for the handle, her hand trembling, but as soon as her fingers made contact with the cold metal, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a long hallway stretching deep into the heart of the hollow. Eleanor hesitated only for a moment. The shadows in the hallway beckoned her forward, their darkness a stark contrast to the faint glow of the room she had left behind. She stepped inside, the air growing colder with each step, her breath fogging in front of her. The hallway was lined with more bookshelves, like the ones in the chamber, but the shelves here held something far darker. The books were bound in black leather, their spines adorned with strange symbols and markings that made her stomach twist in unease. The pages of the books looked ancient, as if they had been untouched for centuries, but the knowledge contained within them was a kind of power that was both seductive and terrifying. As she moved deeper into the hallway, the whispers grew louder until they seemed to surround her from all directions. They were no longer faint murmurs. They were voices, voices calling out to her, urging her to listen. Eleanor. The voice was soft but clear, her sister's voice calling from the dark recesses of the hollow. She paused. The air in front of her seemed to shimmer as though it were alive, the space between her and the shadows rippling like water. Her heart hammered in her chest. She felt a cold breath on the back of her neck and she spun around, half expecting to see Lucy standing there, a ghostly apparition, waiting to lead her further into the dark. But there was nothing, only the hallway, stretching endlessly before her. You have to face it, Eleanor. You have to face what you've been running from. The voice in her mind was clearer now, almost insistent. Eleanor's legs trembled, and for a moment she felt as though she might collapse. The weight of the hollow, the price of the curse, threatened to drown her. But then she thought of Lucy. She thought of her sister's bright eyes, her laughter, the love they had shared. It was that love, that bond, that had brought Eleanor here. It was the reason she would face whatever awaited her. "I'm not afraid of you," she whispered into the empty hallway, though her voice shook. And with that, she pressed on, determined to find the truth, no matter the cost. The hallway twisted and turned, the shelves of books growing denser, the air growing thicker, until Eleanor could barely breathe. It felt as though the very walls were closing in on her, suffocating her in the darkness. The whispers in her mind became a cacophony, overlapping, murmuring secrets she didn't want to hear. They spoke of her family's curse, of the pact that had bound her bloodline to the hollow. They spoke of the price she would have to pay to end it. A door stood at the end of the hallway, the final threshold before whatever awaited her. She could feel its presence like the very heartbeat of the hollow itself. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic rhythm, as though her body knew that what lay beyond was not just an answer. It was a judgment. Eleanor reached for the door, and as her fingers brushed the cold iron handle, the whispers ceased. For a brief moment, everything was silent. The air seemed to still, the oppressive weight of the hollow's presence hanging like a dense fog. The silence was deafening, as though the entire world was holding its breath. Then the door swung open. The room beyond was vast, its size impossible to comprehend. It was like stepping into the heart of the hollow itself, a place of shadow and light, where time and space did not follow the rules Eleanor had once known. The walls seemed to stretch upward into infinity, and the floor beneath her feet was made of smooth black stone, polished to a mirror-like sheen. The only source of light came from an ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very air itself, casting everything in a sickly, greenish hue. In the center of the room stood a figure. It was not Lucy, not exactly. The figure was tall, its form shrouded in a flowing cloak of shadow. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but the presence it exuded was overwhelming, a darkness so ancient that it seemed to warp the very air around it. "Welcome, Eleanor Blackwood," the figure spoke, its voice deep and resonant, as though it were coming from the very core of the earth. "You have come seeking the truth, but the truth is not what you expect." Eleanor's pulse quickened. She could feel the weight of the words, their significance. She had come seeking answers, seeking a way to save her sister. But now, standing before this figure, she realized she had stepped into something much larger than she had ever imagined. "The hollow is not a place, Eleanor," the figure continued, its voice a low, gravelly echo. "It is a force, a power older than your bloodline, older than the village itself. Your ancestors made a bargain with me, one that tethered their souls to the forest. And now, the time has come for the price to be paid." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. She stepped forward, her voice trembling with the weight of the revelation. "What do you want from me?" The figure's head tilted slightly, as if considering her question. "I want nothing from you, Eleanor. But the hollow. It demands something." Eleanor swallowed, her throat dry. "What is the price?" The figure took a step forward, its shadow stretching across the room like a living thing. "You." Eleanor's heart stopped. She had known the sacrifice would be great, but this was beyond her comprehension. She had come seeking a way to save Lucy, but now she understood. The hollow had been feeding on her grief, on her sorrow. It had claimed her sister's soul, and now it would claim hers. The figure raised a hand, and the shadows seemed to gather around it, swirling like smoke. The hollow has bound you, Eleanor, and to break the curse you must give yourself to it. The blood of your family, the price of your lineage, must be paid. Eleanor's legs trembled, but her mind was sharp, her resolve hardening with every passing second. She had come this far. She had already made the choice. "I will break it," she said, her voice steady now, despite the fear that threatened to swallow her. "I will give myself, but the hollow will not win. I will save Lucy." The figure smiled, but it was not a smile of warmth. It was the smile of something ancient, something that had seen countless souls fall into its grasp. "We shall see, Eleanor Blackwood," it intoned, the darkness of the room deepening with each word. "We shall see." Eleanor could feel the weight of the hollow pressing down on her, its grip tightening with every breath she took. The figure before her, shrouded in darkness, seemed to grow larger, its presence consuming the very air around her. The room, vast and infinite, stretched into oblivion, and the shadows curled and shifted like living things, reaching out to claim her, to drag her into the very heart of the hollow. She stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest as the figure's voice echoed through the vast chamber, its words wrapping around her like chains. "You are the last, Eleanor Blackwood, the last of your line, the one who will either sever the bond between the hollow and your bloodline, or ensure that it endures for eternity." The voice was deep, ancient and powerful, resonating with a strength that sent a tremor through Eleanor's bones. She could feel the weight of the curse, the centuries of suffering and silence that had built up, layer upon layer within her family's bloodline. The hollow had consumed her ancestors, and now it sought to claim her as well. Eleanor's breath came in shallow gasps. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't move. The figure's presence was suffocating, filling the room with an overwhelming darkness that closed in on her from all sides. She had come here seeking answers, seeking a way to break the curse, to save Lucy, but now the truth felt like a razor-sharp knife cutting into her very soul. "You cannot break the curse without sacrifice," the figure continued, its voice smooth like silk, but laced with an undeniable threat. "The hollow demands a price, and you must pay it. The blood of the innocent, the blood of your family, is the key." Eleanor's mind spun, her thoughts spiraling out of control. The hollow wanted her blood. She could feel the truth settling into her bones, the terrible realization that she was the final piece in the puzzle, the last thread in the web that had ensnared her family for generations. The figure stepped closer, its shadow stretching across the room, swallowing the light. "But there is a choice, Eleanor. You can sacrifice yourself, severing the bond between your bloodline and the hollow, and freeing the souls of the lost children. Or you can choose to save your sister, bring her back from the grasp of the hollow, but at the cost of your own soul. You will become one with the forest, trapped in the same endless cycle that has consumed so many before you." Eleanor's heart raced, and the whispers returned, filling her mind, urging her to listen, to choose. The faces of the lost children flashed before her, pale, twisted faces, their eyes hollow and filled with despair. She saw her sister's face too, her eyes vacant and wide with fear, her lips parted as if she were calling to Eleanor from the depths of the forest. The image of Lucy, the innocent child she had once loved so dearly, seemed to fade into the darkness, swallowed by the very force that had taken her. The weight of the choice before her was unbearable. Could she truly sacrifice herself to save the village? Could she sever the bond that had tied her family to this ancient curse? Or would she give in to the temptation to save Lucy, to bring her sister back from the brink, even if it meant losing herself forever? You see the cost, don't you? The figure's voice cut through her thoughts, its words like a whisper in the back of her mind. You can't have both, Eleanor. You must choose. The chamber around her seemed to shift again, the walls warping and twisting, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling before her eyes. She could feel the darkness seeping into her skin, into her soul, pulling her deeper into the hollow. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as though it might collapse at any moment, dragging her down into the abyss. Please, Eleanor whispered, her voice cracking with desperation. Please, I can't. The figure raised a hand, silencing her. There is no can't, Eleanor. There is only the choice, only the price. Eleanor closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath. The room around her seemed to pulse with the force of the hollow, and she felt as if she were being torn apart, her very soul being pulled in two directions at once. She thought of her sister, of the life she had lost, of the years spent searching for answers. She thought of the village, of the souls trapped in the hollow, their whispers forever echoing in the forest. Her heart ached with the weight of it all. Lucy's face lingered in her mind, her smiling face twisted with fear, calling out to her. And yet, she knew. She knew what had to be done. The figure watched her, waiting for her to speak, for her to make the impossible choice. Eleanor opened, her eyes meeting the figure's gaze. I will break the curse, she said, her voice steady despite the torrent of emotions that raged inside her. I will sacrifice myself. The hollow will not claim my family any longer. The figure tilted its head, its shadowy form shifting as though it were considering her words. Are you certain, Eleanor Blackwood? Once the choice is made, there is no turning back. The hollow will claim its price, and you will be bound to it forever. Eleanor nodded, her resolve hardening. I am certain. The hollow will not win. It will not claim my bloodline any longer. A low, guttural laugh echoed through the room, sending a shiver down Eleanor's spine. Very well, Eleanor. You have made your choice. But remember this. The price is never as simple as it seems. The hollow does not give without taking. You may think you are breaking the curse, but the true cost will be more than you can bear. The figure's form began to blur, its presence expanding, consuming the room in a suffocating darkness. Eleanor's heart raced, but she did not waver. She could feel the power of the hollow pressing in on her, its ancient will pushing her toward the altar, where she would make the final sacrifice. With a deep breath, Eleanor stepped forward, her body moving as if guided by an unseen force. She reached the altar, and as her hands touched the cold stone, she felt the weight of her bloodline pressing down on her, centuries of guilt, of sacrifice, of suffering. She could feel the hollow, the force that had consumed so many before, her wrapping itself around her like a serpent. This is the price, she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible in the thick silence. This is the only way. The darkness seemed to close in around her, the room dissolving into the black void of the hollow. The whispers returned, louder now, urging her to step forward, to give herself to the forest. Eleanor stood at the edge, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. But as her fingers brushed the surface of the altar, she felt something stir within her, a final surge of resistance. It was a fleeting thought, a flash of something long buried, and for a moment, Eleanor hesitated. Is there another way? But then, the hollow's grip tightened, its will overwhelming her. She closed her eyes, her breath steady, and made her choice. The curse would end. Her bloodline would be free. The moment Eleanor's fingertips made contact with the cold stone of the altar, she felt the world shift. The air around her grew heavier, as though the very atmosphere had thickened to the point of suffocation. She inhaled deeply, trying to steady her nerves. But the sensation of being drawn into something far greater than herself consumed her. The darkness in the chamber deepened, swirling around her like a living thing, feeding on the very breath in her lungs. The whispers had grown louder now, a cacophony of voices, each one desperate, pleading, urging her forward. But there was no turning back. She had made her choice. She had decided to end the curse, to sever the bond that had held her family in its grasp for generations. The price would be steep, but there was no other way. For a long moment, Eleanor stood at the altar, her hands resting on the stone, her body trembling with the weight of the decision she had made. The darkness seemed to swell around her, pressing in, its tendrils reaching toward her like an unseen force. She felt the hollow, its hunger, its need, its insatiable thirst for the bloodline it had consumed for centuries. And then, without warning, the altar itself began to glow. A faint light emerged from the cracks in the stone, flickering like the heartbeat of the hollow. It spread outward, illuminating the chamber in a sickly greenish hue, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched across the walls. The ground beneath her feet trembled, as though the very earth was coming alive, responding to the presence of the entity that had awaited her for so long. Eleanor's heart pounded in her chest as the whispers rose to a fever pitch, their words tumbling over each other in a frenzy of desperate urgency. She could hear Lucy's voice among them, faint and distant, but clear enough to pierce through the chaos. "Eleanor, help me." The sound of her sister's voice, so close yet so far, tore at her heart. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, her breath shallow with the weight of the grief that still clung to her. She could feel Lucy's presence, could almost feel her standing beside her, lost and broken, trapped in the hollow's grip. But the moment was fleeting, and as quickly as the whispering had started, it ceased. The light from the altar flared, brighter, and a low rumble echoed through the room, as though the very bones of the earth were shaking. The temperature plummeted, the air turning frigid, biting into her skin. The shadows around her began to writhe, taking shape, forming a figure from the depths of the darkness. It was not Lucy. It was something else, something ancient, something primal. The figure that emerged from the shadows was towering, its form shrouded in swirling mists, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, otherworldly light. Its face was obscured by a dark hood, but Eleanor could feel its gaze upon her, its piercing eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "Eleanor Blackwood," the figure intoned, its voice low and guttural, reverberating through the chamber like the sound of distant thunder. "You have come. You have chosen." The figure stepped closer, the air growing colder with each movement, its presence suffocating, oppressive. Eleanor stood her ground, refusing to look away, her hands still resting on the altar. She could feel the power radiating from the figure, could feel its darkness seeping into her very soul, pulling at her. "You seek to break the bond," the figure continued, its voice like the sound of gravel grinding together. "You wish to sever the tie that binds your bloodline to the hollow. But you must understand, Eleanor Blackwood, that this curse is not easily undone. The hollow has existed long before your ancestors walked this earth, and it will remain long after you are gone." Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. The weight of the figure's words sank in, and for a moment, a seed of doubt sprouted in her chest. She had come here, so sure of her choice, so certain that breaking the curse would bring peace, bring an end to the suffering that had plagued her family. But now, in the presence of this dark being, she wondered if it was truly possible to end what had been so deeply rooted in her bloodline. "Do you understand the price?" the figure asked, its voice twisting as though it was relishing the moment. "The bloodline you carry is the key. It is your blood that has kept the curse alive, and it is your blood that must be offered to the hollow to sever it. A sacrifice must be made." The figure stepped closer still, and Eleanor could feel the temperature drop even further. The cold began to sink into her bones, numbing her skin, and yet she did not move. She stood tall, her breath steady despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. "I understand," she said, her voice steady, though her insides trembled with a storm of emotions. "I am the last. I will pay the price." The figure tilted its head slightly, as if considering her words. "You would give yourself willingly? Your soul? Your life? For what? To free the lost souls of the village? To free your sister from the hollow's grasp?" Eleanor nodded, her resolve hardening. "Yes." The figure laughed, a hollow, empty sound that reverberated through her mind like a hollow echo. "Very well. But know this, Eleanor Blackwood, the hollow does not give up its claim easily. The price will not be paid in full by your sacrifice alone. You will be bound to the forest, bound to the spirits of the lost children. Their grief, their pain, their suffering will become yours." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat, but she did not falter. She had come this far, and she would not turn back now. "The hollow will not claim my bloodline," she whispered, more to herself than to the figure. "It will not claim Lucy." The figure's laugh faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. The air grew even colder, the shadows closing in around her as though the forest itself were coming to life, responding to the figure's words. "The ceremony begins," the figure intoned, its voice low and commanding. "The sacrifice must be made. Stand now, Eleanor Blackwood, and offer yourself to the hollow." Eleanor's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped forward, her body trembling with anticipation. The air around her seemed to thicken, the very fabric of reality warping, stretching, as if the boundaries between the living world and the hollow were beginning to blur. She raised her arms, her palms facing the sky, as the figure's shadow swallowed her whole. The whispers returned, louder now, deafening, as though the spirits of the lost children were crying out to her, urging her to fulfill the ritual. The hollow was alive, its hunger endless, and it demanded its due. Eleanor closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and with a final, determined breath, she gave herself to it. Eleanor's body felt weightless, as though she were floating in some distant, unreachable space, untethered to the physical world. The world around her had dissolved into a storm of shadows, a maelstrom of fractured whispers and painful memories. Her mind was fogged, clouded by the agony of the curse, the ritual she had willingly subjected herself to. The altar was gone. The hollow had swallowed her whole, and she was adrift, lost in the emptiness of the forest's heart. There was no light, only the consuming darkness of the hollow that seemed to stretch into infinity. Her thoughts were fragmented, broken like shattered glass drifting on an unseen current. She had made the choice. She had accepted the price. But in the depths of the blackness, Eleanor was unsure what the cost would truly be. Her body had already begun to feel the weight of the hollow's hunger, its insatiable need pulling at her soul. And yet, even as the darkness surrounded her, there was something more, a presence, an echo that felt so deeply familiar. It was a heartbeat, a whisper, a sound she had been waiting for, even though she wasn't sure if she had the strength to face it. "Eleanor," the voice broke through the void like a spark in the dark, faint and trembling, yet unmistakably familiar. It was her sister's voice. Eleanor's heart lurched in her chest, her breath catching in her throat. "Lucy." "Lucy," Eleanor called out, her voice hoarse and fragile. "Lucy, is that you?" The darkness seemed to shudder at the sound of her sister's name. For a moment there was silence. Then, like the soft rustling of leaves in a forgotten forest, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping toward Eleanor with slow, deliberate steps. It was Lucy, but it wasn't the Lucy Eleanor had known. Not entirely. Her sister stood before her, but her features were twisted, her eyes empty, hollowed out by the forest's hunger. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair hung in damp, lifeless strands around her face. There was a vacantness in Lucy's eyes, an abyss that seemed to stare straight through Eleanor, as though the soul that once inhabited her body was no longer there. "Lucy." "No!" Eleanor gasped, her voice trembling as she reached for her sister. "What happened to you?" I came for you. I've come to set you free." Lucy's head tilted slightly, her expression unreadable, though there was something in the way she moved that made Eleanor's heart ache. The figure before her was her sister, but it was also something else, a creature forged from the hollow itself, shaped by its hunger, its need to consume. "You can't save me," Lucy whispered, her voice soft, distant, as though it were carried on a breeze that was fading into nothingness. "I am part of the hollow now, Eleanor. I belong to it just as you do." Eleanor's chest tightened. The words felt like a dagger to her heart, and yet they weren't a surprise. She had known deep down that Lucy was lost, that the hollow had consumed her soul and twisted it into something unrecognizable. "No!" Eleanor shouted, shaking her head, her fists clenched. "I won't let you stay here. I'll break the curse." You can't," Lucy interrupted, her voice colder now, the emptiness in her eyes deepening. "The hollow has claimed us both. It feeds on grief, on sorrow. It uses us to keep its chains strong. It won't let go. Not now. Not after all this time." Eleanor's legs felt weak, and she sank to her knees, her hands pressed against her chest, as though the words themselves were crushing her. "But you were my sister. You were everything to me. I came here for you. I came to set you free." Lucy stepped forward, her shadow stretching over Eleanor, suffocating her with its presence. Her hollow eyes bore down on her with an intensity that felt like a command. "You cannot free me," Lucy said, her tone turning sharper, colder. "You can only free yourself. You can only stop the hollow from claiming what is left of your bloodline, your soul, your family. It will take everything, Eleanor. It already has." Eleanor's heart ached, her tears falling silently as she looked up at the broken image of her sister. She had been so sure, so certain that she could undo the curse, that she could free Lucy, bring her back to the world of the living. But now, standing here in the depths of the hollow, she understood the truth. Lucy was gone. There was no bringing her back. The realization was a weight on Eleanor's chest, a deep, cold despair that threatened to swallow her whole. But she couldn't let go. She couldn't let the hollow win, couldn't let her sister's soul be lost forever, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. With a shaking hand, Eleanor reached out toward Lucy. But the moment her fingers brushed against her sister's form, it was like touching ice. The coldness that radiated from her sister's body sent a shock through Eleanor, as though she were touching a corpse. Lucy's form flickered like a shadow, and the hollowed-out face before her seemed to distort, twisting in unnatural ways. The hollow was breaking her. It was breaking them both. "No," Eleanor whispered, her voice hoarse. "I won't leave you here, I won't." But as she reached out again, Lucy's image began to dissolve, her form fading into the darkness like smoke in the wind. "You are not the one to save me, Eleanor," Lucy's voice echoed, fading with her sister's figure. You are the one to save yourself." Eleanor's hands shook, her body trembling as the last remnants of her sister's presence slipped away. The hollow's hold on her tightened, suffocating, pressing her deeper into its depths. She closed her eyes, and for the first time since she had stepped into the hollow, she allowed herself to feel the full weight of her grief. She had failed Lucy. She had failed to bring her back. But even as the darkness threatened to swallow her whole, Eleanor's resolve remained. She could not let the hollow win. She would fight until the very end. She would sever the curse that had haunted her family for centuries, for Lucy, for herself. Her tears fell freely now, but they were not just tears of sorrow. They were tears of defiance. Eleanor had come too far, had made too many sacrifices, to let this end in failure. As the last remnants of Lucy's presence disappeared into the dark, Eleanor stood tall, her fists clenched at her sides. The hollow could take her sister, but it would not take her soul, not without a fight. The time had come. The ceremony was far from over. The price would be paid, but it would not be the hollow's victory, not this time. Eleanor's breath came in shallow, ragged gasps as the darkness pressed in from all sides. The hollow, now fully revealed, consumed her mind, twisting her thoughts and memories. It felt as though the very air was thick with the weight of the past, the endless cycle of sacrifice, grief, and despair that had haunted her bloodline for generations. But as the darkness closed around her, something inside Eleanor refused to yield. She had seen Lucy, heard her sister's voice calling out from the depths of the hollow, and though the image of her sister had faded, Eleanor knew now that her mission was no longer about saving Lucy. Lucy was lost, her soul claimed by the forest long ago. The hollow had twisted her into something unrecognizable, a shadow of the girl Eleanor had once known. There was no bringing her back, but Eleanor still had a choice. She could still end this. She could still break the curse. Her legs were weak, her body trembling from the exhaustion of the ritual, the unrelenting pull of the hollow, but she could still feel her resolve burning bright in her chest. She had come to this place not to save her sister, but to end the legacy of pain that had bound her family to this ancient, cursed force. The hollow had claimed her sister. It had claimed generations of her ancestors, but it would not claim her, Eleanor's. Vision blurred, but she could feel the sharp sting of the cold air on her skin. The chamber seemed to pulse with life, its shadows stretching and shifting around her like a living thing, but she forced her eyes open. The figure, the one who had guided her into this place, remained before her, its form shifting and flickering in and out of existence like an apparition. It was not quite human, not quite anything, just an extension of the hollow's power, an embodiment of the darkness that had fed on sorrow for centuries. "You have come far, Eleanor Blackwood," the figure's voice echoed, its tone resonating deep within her bones. "But you cannot undo what has been done. The hollow's bond is too strong. The price must be paid. The bloodline must be consumed." Eleanor clenched her fists, feeling the raw power of the curse, the weight of her ancestors' actions bearing down on her. She had felt the pull of the hollow, its hunger gnawing at her very soul. But she had also felt the strength of her defiance, her refusal to let the darkness claim everything. "You're wrong," she said, her voice firm, unwavering. "I will not let the hollow win. Not this time." The figure's eyes flickered with an unreadable expression. The shadow that had once seemed like an all-consuming force now felt less imposing, as if Eleanor's will was somehow beginning to push it back. She could feel her own power growing, an internal strength, a force of will that had been forged in the fire of grief and loss. The curse had no claim over her anymore. The figure took a step forward, its presence cold and oppressive. "You cannot break the chain, Eleanor. Your bloodline is bound to the hollow. You are its legacy, You are the last of the cursed. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. The words cut deep. She was the last, the final member of a family that had been cursed for centuries. The burden of her bloodline was unbearable. It had been passed down through generations, the guilt, the suffering, the unrelenting need to pay the price. But as the figure spoke, Eleanor's mind cleared. She understood. The hollow was not just a place, it was a living entity, a force, that had been sustained by the blood of the Blackwood family for centuries. It fed on their grief, their loss, and it would continue to do so until it had consumed every last trace of her bloodline. She had been born into this curse, but she could also be the one to end it. She had made the choice. She would sever the one bond. She would break the cycle. It would take her life. But that was the price. She had known it all along, and yet, as she stood there, staring down the figure before her, she knew with a quiet certainty that the hollow would never control her again. The air around her began to hum, the sound of ancient, unseen forces stirring in the depths of the forest. The whispers, once chaotic and overwhelming, had quieted, replaced by the steady, rhythmic pulse of the ritual, of the ceremony that would decide her fate. She could feel the power of her family's bloodline surging through her veins, the weight of generations pressing on her shoulders. But there was something else, a presence, a light deep inside her that had never been there before. It was the strength of her own soul, of her own will, rising to meet the hollow's dark force. Eleanor stepped forward, her feet sure and steady, her body still trembling from the weight of what she was about to do. The figure watched her, its form flickering and shifting, but it made no move to stop her. "This is the end," Eleanor said, her voice a quiet roar against the darkness that threatened to consume her. "I will pay the price, but the hollow will not win." She reached for the altar, her fingers brushing the cold stone, and the moment she made contact, the world seemed to shudder. A sudden gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing the lingering shadows, pushing the darkness back with a force that sent ripples through the very fabric of the hollow. The figure faltered, its form weakening, the strength of its presence diminished. Eleanor closed her eyes, focused on the pulse of her own heart, the rhythmic beating that seemed to reverberate through the air. She could feel the curse, its hold on her bloodline, fighting against her, pushing back with every ounce of strength it had. But she would not yield. She had come here to sever it, to break the chain. And with a final surge of will, she made the sacrifice. The light that erupted from the altar was blinding, a flash of pure, radiant energy that consumed everything around her. The darkness recoiled, the figure's form shattering as the light tore through it. The ritual had begun. Eleanor's body jerked, the pain of the ritual coursing through her like fire. But she welcomed it. She had made her choice. She was paying the price, and in doing so, she was ending the curse once and for all. The hollow's power had no hold on her anymore. It had claimed her ancestors. It had taken Lucy, but it would not take her. As the light intensified, Eleanor felt herself fading, slipping away from the world she had once known. But in the distance, there was a sound, faint, fragile, but unmistakable. "Eleanor." It was Lucy's voice calling to her. This time there was no hollow emptiness. There was peace in her sister's words. "I'm free," Lucy whispered. "You did it, Eleanor. You saved us." And as the light enveloped her, Eleanor smiled. She had done it. She had broken the curse, and now at last she was free. Still here? Brave. Or maybe you just like the feeling of being watched. Like, subscribe, and drop your time and location in the comments, so we know who's still out there. Now breathe slow. The worst is coming. The blinding light that had consumed Eleanor began to fade, slowly dissipating as though the very fabric of the hollow was unraveling in its wake. The deafening silence that followed was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was not the silence of stillness or peace, but the kind of silence that filled the void of what had once been. A profound, empty quiet, as if the entire world was holding its breath. For a long moment, Eleanor remained in the blackness, unsure of whether she was still alive or if her soul had already crossed into some distant realm. The air was thick with the scent of decay, mingled with something that felt strangely fresh. The oppressive weight of the hollow, the cold that had once gripped her every moment, had lifted, leaving behind a quiet, unsettling emptiness. And then, like a crack in the surface of a long, dormant river, a sound broke through the stillness, a voice familiar but softer now, clearer, more distant, but with a note of warmth that hadn't been there before. Eleanor. Her heart skipped a beat, and the weight of that single word pressed down on her chest with the force of a wave crashing against the shore. She opened her eyes, though she wasn't sure when she had closed them, and found herself standing once, again in the forest, but not the oppressive dark hollow she had come to know. The trees were no longer gnarled and twisted. The sky above was soft, bathed in a pale golden light. The mist that had once filled the air was now nothing more than a lingering fog drifting lazily across the forest floor. It was a place of stillness, yes, but also of quiet beauty. And there, standing before her, was Lucy. Her sister stood at the edge of a clearing, bathed in the warm glow of the ethereal light. But Lucy's face was different now, not twisted, not broken by the hollow. The emptiness that had consumed her was gone. Her eyes, once hollowed by the darkness, were now filled with clarity and peace. Her lips curled into a soft, hesitant smile. "Lucy," Eleanor breathed, taking a step forward, her heart aching with an emotion she hadn't allowed herself to feel in so long. Hope, the figure before her. Her sister nodded, as though understanding the torrent of feelings Eleanor was battling to contain. She took a step forward, her feet light upon the forest floor. "You've done it, Eleanor," she whispered, her voice sweet and steady. "You've freed us." Eleanor reached out, her hands trembling, but as her fingers brushed against the air where Lucy stood, the vision flickered, her sister's form wavering as though it were made of mist. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat. Was this real? Was this another trick of the hollow? "No, Eleanor," Lucy said, her voice more certain now. "I'm really here. I'm free." I didn't know if I could do it," Eleanor confessed, her voice breaking. The weight of the past, of the years she had spent in agony, searching for answers, seemed to collapse in on her in that moment. The guilt, the loss, the endless torment of failing Lucy had come crashing down, and she was suddenly overwhelmed by the realization that it was over. Lucy smiled softly, stepping forward to close the distance between them, her form solidifying with each step. "You saved us both, Eleanor. You gave me a chance to leave the hollow. You gave me peace." Eleanor's breath quickened as she reached out, finally touching her sister's arm. The warmth of Lucy's skin against her hand was like an anchor to reality, pulling her from the grip of uncertainty. For a moment it felt as though the ground itself was shifting beneath her feet, but the forest remained still, its light now a steady presence that bathed them both. "Is this real?" Eleanor whispered, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Lucy's smile softened, and her eyes filled with the same tenderness Eleanor had always known, though now it was tinged with a sorrow that had not been there before. "Yes, this is real, but it's not my place to stay. Not anymore, not in this world." Eleanor's heart twisted. "No, No, Lucy, you don't have to go. You don't have to leave me again. I've spent so long trying to find you, to bring you back. Lucy shook her head gently, her eyes sad but resolute. I've been lost for too long, Eleanor. You were right to try. But I've been in the hollow for far too many years. It's part of me now, part of my soul. And though I'll always be with you, I cannot stay here any longer. The weight of her words sank into Eleanor like lead. The tears she had fought so hard to hold back finally fell, rolling down her cheeks, the grief and relief mingling in a torrent. Lucy was gone. Her spirit had left the hollow, had been freed, but she was not meant to stay in this world. Eleanor had set her sister's soul free, but that freedom came with its own kind of finality. The hollow would never claim her again, but it was time for Lucy to rest. I love you, Eleanor, Lucy said, her voice a whisper that seemed to echo in the distance. I love you too, Eleanor whispered back, her voice thick with emotion. I always will. Lucy smiled one final time, and her form began to fade, the light around her growing brighter. The mist and fog that had lingered for so long began to lift, and with it, the hollow's dark grip seemed to weaken. It was as if the very presence of Lucy had been the last tether holding the forest to its curse. Before Eleanor could speak again, before she could beg her sister to stay a little longer, Lucy's form had dissolved completely into the light, leaving only a soft glow in the space where she had stood. Eleanor stood in silence, the forest around her now calm and still, a place of peace where the horrors of the past no longer reigned. The air felt different, lighter. The shadows that had once haunted her thoughts receded into the corners of her mind, no longer pressing in on her. The curse was broken, but it had come at a cost. The hollow was fading, its power dissipating like smoke in the wind. The forest, once dark and oppressive, now felt like a place of quiet reflection. A place where the lost souls of the village could finally rest. Eleanor could feel the pull of the world beyond this forest. Her world. The world of the living. And though part of her longed to stay, to remain in this moment with Lucy, she knew that it was time for her to leave. It was time for her to return to the world she had once known. As she turned toward the edge of the clearing, the soft whisper of the wind seemed to carry a final message, a soft reassurance in the cool breeze. You are free, Eleanor. You are no longer bound. Eleanor opened her eyes to a world that felt unfamiliar, as though she had been sleeping for centuries. The air around her was warm, filled with the scent of fresh earth and new growth. The forest was no longer a dark, oppressive place. The hollow, once a living, breathing entity of sorrow and grief, had faded, its hold on the land broken. The trees, now lush and vibrant, seemed to welcome her, the ground beneath her feet soft and alive, as though the forest itself had been reborn. Eleanor took a deep breath, inhaling the air like someone who had been starved for years. The weight of her grief, of the endless torment she had carried with her since Lucy's disappearance, felt lighter. The burden that had weighed on her shoulders for so long had been lifted. The hollow had claimed so much from her, her sister, her family's peace, her own sense of self. But now, it was over. She was free. The golden light of the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the forest floor. She stood at the edge of the clearing, the remnants of the hollow slowly receding into the distance. The oppressive dark clouds had been replaced with a clear sky. The wind, once a harsh and biting presence, now whispered gently through the trees, carrying with it the promise of something new. But even as she stood in the quiet aftermath, there was a gnawing emptiness inside her, a space where the ache of loss had once been. Lucy's presence lingered, but it was not the same. Her sister was gone, and though she had been freed, Eleanor was left to grapple with the silence that followed. The world was still, too still, and it felt as though a part of her had been left behind in the forest, a part she could never retrieve. She hadn't realized how much she had relied on the ritual of the hollow until now. The curse, the search for answers, the pain of her sister's loss. It had all been a part of her existence for so long. And now, with the hollow gone, the reality of what had happened settled in. The world that she had fought to save was no longer the same. Eleanor's eyes scanned the forest once more, the familiar yet alien world that surrounded her. She couldn't stay here, not forever. The forest had given her peace, but it was time to leave. Time to return to the world she had left behind. Turning her back on the clearing, Eleanor began to walk toward the edge of the forest. The path before her was clear, the way out free of obstacles, as though the land itself was guiding her forward. It was a path she had walked before, long ago, but it felt different now. This time she was not running. This time she was not lost. As she walked, Eleanor thought of the village, of the people she had once known. The quiet streets, the houses that seemed to carry 1,000 unspoken secrets. She thought of Hugo, the historian who had guided her toward the truth, and Rose, the librarian who had offered her help when she first arrived. The village had always felt like a place on the edge of something, a place where the weight of the past hung heavy in the air. But now, as she walked away from the hollow, she felt as though the village too would be different. The curse had been broken, and the echoes of the past would no longer haunt the people who had lived in its shadow. The thought of returning to that life made her heart heavy. What had been left for her in that world? A family fractured by grief, a village that had long since forgotten its own history. The love and loss that had defined her existence had been swallowed by the hollow, and now it was gone. The pain, the sorrow, all of it seemed distant, almost unreal. She felt like a stranger in her own life. Eleanor's footsteps slowed as she neared the village's edge. The first buildings of the village came into view, their outlines softened by the gentle light of the evening. She could hear the faint sounds of life from the village, children playing, the low murmur of conversation, but it was distant, muffled, as though she were hearing it from another world. As she approached the village, she was reminded of the faces that had once filled this place, faces of people who had lived in the shadow of the hollow for as long as anyone could remember, faces that had witnessed the tragedies, the disappearances, the strange rituals that had defined their existence. She wondered how they would react to the change. Would they even understand? Would they be able to grasp the magnitude of what had happened? But it didn't matter. The village, the people, the legacy of the hollow, it was no longer her burden to carry. Eleanor reached the town square, the heart of the village, and she paused. The world before her was no longer the same. The sun was low in the sky now, casting long shadows over the cobblestone streets. The familiar sights of the village, the church spire, the market square, seemed distant, like scenes from a dream she had long forgotten. And then she saw Hugo, standing by the old oak tree near the square, his weathered face etched with concern. But there was something else in his eyes now. Relief. He had known the weight of the hollow's curse, had studied its history, its roots in the village. And though he was too old to join her in her quest, he had offered his knowledge, his guidance. "You did it," Hugo said, his voice gruff but filled with awe. "You broke it. The curse is finally gone." Eleanor didn't answer immediately. She simply nodded, the weight of his words sinking in. She had done it. She had broken the curse. But the cost had been high. The village would be free, but she couldn't help but feel the emptiness that remained. I'm not sure what comes next, Eleanor admitted, her voice quieter than she had intended. For me, for anyone, it's like everything has changed, but nothing feels real. Hugo gave her a long, steady look, as though weighing her words carefully. The past has a way of holding on, he said. But the future, Eleanor, that's still to be written. You've freed the village, freed yourself. But the rest, that's yours to choose. His words were simple, but they struck deep. Eleanor had been so focused on breaking the curse, on ending the pain, that she hadn't realized until now how much the future depended on her own choices. She could rebuild. She could create a life beyond the hollow. But where did she start? For a long moment, Eleanor stood there, lost in thought, until the sound of a child's laughter broke the silence. It was faint at first, but as she turned her head, she saw a small group of children running past, playing in the square. Their laughter was light and carefree, and for the first time in years, the sound filled her with something she hadn't felt before: hope. Maybe there is something left for me, Eleanor whispered to herself. She turned to Hugo, her decision firming in her heart. Maybe there's more for me in this world than the pain of the past. Hugo's face softened, and he nodded slowly. You'll find your way, and you don't have to do it alone. Eleanor took a deep breath, the weight of the years she had spent searching for answers finally starting to lift. The hollow was gone. Her sister was at peace, and the future was waiting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a soft, golden light, Eleanor took her first step into a new world. The days following Eleanor's return to the village were a strange blend of calm and uncertainty. The hollow, once a force of darkness that had consumed her life and the lives of so many others, had vanished, leaving behind only the fading echoes of its twisted legacy. The forest no longer loomed as an ominous presence, but rather stood as a silent witness to the end of the curse. Yet, despite the peace that had settled over the village, Eleanor could not shake the sense that something was still missing. The weight of grief she had carried for so long had lifted, yes, but in its place a deep, almost tangible void remained, a space where the hollow's influence had once been. It wasn't the absence of the curse that troubled her. It was the absence of purpose, the emptiness that seemed to linger in the wake of her sister's loss. Lucy's face, her voice, the image of her fading into the light, it haunted Eleanor's every thought. She had freed her sister's soul from the hollow, but what had it really meant? Was peace all Lucy had found in the end, or was there something more, something yet to be understood? The village, too, seemed to be moving on, though it had its own quiet, unspoken grief. There were no more whispered legends about the forest, no more cautious glances at the darkened trees. Life was slowly returning to a kind of normalcy, and Eleanor knew that she too needed to find a new normal. But where to begin? After everything, the hollow, her family's tragic past, the weight of the curse, what was left for her in this world? She spent her days walking the village's cobblestone streets, listening to the hum of everyday life. Children laughed as they played. Men and women gathered at the market, and the church bell rang on the hour, its sound as comforting and familiar as the smell of fresh bread baking in the village's ovens. Yet beneath it all, Eleanor felt like an outsider in her own skin, unsure of how to connect with the world that had been left untouched by the horrors she had witnessed. One afternoon, she found herself at the village's edge, standing at the entrance to the same forest that had once been a prison for so many. The trees, now green and full of life, no longer called to her, no longer whispered her name. The path that led into the hollow had been swallowed by new growth, the branches reaching toward the sky in quiet defiance of the darkness that had once ruled them. For a long time, she stood there, gazing at the forest's heart, unsure if it was fear or something else that kept her from venturing further. The hollow was gone, but the memories lingered. The ceremony, the whispers, the sacrifices made to sustain the village. It all seemed so distant now, like a bad dream fading with the dawn. But it wasn't just the hollow that haunted her thoughts. It was the choices she had made, the price she had paid. Her sister was at peace, yes, but what of the cost? Had the price of her freedom been worth it? Could she ever truly be free? It was then that Hugo appeared, as if summoned by her thoughts. His presence, though still marked by age, was no longer weighed down by the same burden of the past. The historian, the keeper of the village's history, had always seemed so tied to the curse. But now, as he approached Eleanor, there was a lightness in his step, a clarity in his eyes that had not been there before. "Eleanor," Hugo said, his voice quiet but warm. "You've been out here for hours. Are you all right?" Eleanor turned to face him, her gaze soft but filled with a complexity that Hugo knew well. "I'm not sure," she admitted. "I don't think I know what to do now. Everything has changed, but I don't feel like I've changed with it." Hugo nodded slowly, his face reflecting a sadness that was not just for her, but for himself as well. The weight of the past is hard to shake even when it's gone. But you're free now, Eleanor. The hollow is gone, and the village is at peace. That's something you've given us. But at what cost? She asked, her voice raw with emotion. "Lucy. She's gone, Hugo. She's gone because of me. And now I have to live with that. What kind of life can I have when everything I've known has been tainted by the past?" Hugo sighed, his eyes filled with a sorrow that spoke of decades of regret and secrets. "You can have a life, Eleanor. A life that's yours to shape. The hollow may have taken your sister, but it hasn't taken you. You've done what no one else could have done. You've broken the curse. You've freed the souls that were lost. That's something no one can take away from you." Eleanor's chest tightened as she looked up at him. "I didn't do it for them," she whispered. "I did it for Lucy, but now I don't know what's left for me. I've been living in the shadow of that curse for so long, and now it's gone, and I feel like I've lost part of myself in the process." "Maybe you have," Hugo said gently, "but you haven't lost everything. There's a world beyond the hollow, beyond the past. You've given the village freedom, and now you have the chance to find your own. You can rebuild. You can decide who you want to be." Eleanor met his gaze, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. "How do I begin?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "How do I find myself again after everything?" Hugo's face softened with a quiet understanding. "One step at a time. The past will always be with you, Eleanor. But it doesn't have to define you. You've already done the hardest part. You've let go of the hollow. Now let go of its grip on your heart. You're free. What you do with that freedom is yours to decide." For the first time in weeks, Eleanor felt a flicker of something deep within her, a spark of hope, of possibility. The forest behind her, once a place of darkness and fear, was now a place of healing. And as she turned away from it, she realized that the world was open to her in ways it never had been before. She had fought for her sister's peace, for the freedom of the village. But now, it was time to fight for herself. "I'll find my way," Eleanor said, her voice steady. "I don't know how, but I'll try." Hugo smiled, a rare, gentle expression that softened the lines of his face. "I know you will, Eleanor." As she walked back toward the village, her steps felt lighter, freer. The sun was beginning to set, casting the village in a warm, golden light. The shadows of the past were still there, but they no longer seemed so overpowering. The weight of the curse had been lifted, and in its place, there was the possibility of something new. Eleanor didn't know what the future held, but for the first time in a long while, she didn't fear it. She was free. And that was enough. The days stretched out before Eleanor in an odd, quiet rhythm. The village, now free from the shadow of the hollow, seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Life moved forward, as it always did, but Eleanor felt as though she was standing still, watching it all unfold from a distance. The world had changed, but she wasn't sure where she fit into it anymore. The sun rose and set with a sense of regularity that comforted the villagers, but in Eleanor's heart, the days felt endless. There was no more hollow, no more curse, but in its absence, she felt the weight of her own uncertainty. She had done what needed to be done. She had freed Lucy's soul, broken the curse that had haunted her family for generations, and restored peace to the village. Yet, as she wandered the streets each day, she could not escape the nagging question that gnawed at her mind. What now? The village square had returned to its normal bustle, the sound of children laughing, the chatter of merchants haggling, the distant clink of hammers on nails as new houses were built or repaired. The air was filled with a sense of quiet hope, the oppressive weight of the hollow replaced by the possibilities of the future. But Eleanor had yet to find her place in it. She spent most of her time at the edge of the village, walking the roads that led toward the forest, her thoughts constantly turning toward the place that had once defined her existence. It had been both her prison and her liberation. It had taken her sister, but it had also given her the strength to confront the past and embrace the future. The hollow was gone, but the questions it had raised about life, about family, about purpose, lingered in her heart. One morning, as she wandered through the village, she encountered Rose, who had become something of a quiet ally in the aftermath of the curse's unraveling. Rose had always been a part of the village, a gentle presence in the background. But now, with the hollow no longer a threat, Rose's eyes seemed to hold something more, something fierce, something resolute. She had always known there was more to the village's history, more to the land they lived on, and now, with that knowledge no longer a burden, she was beginning to take charge in her own quiet way. "Eleanor," Rose said, her voice bright but soft as she approached, "I've been looking for you. How are you holding up?" Eleanor met her gaze, feeling the heaviness that had settled in her chest after Lucy's departure. I'm fine, I think. I'm just trying to figure out what comes next." Rose nodded as if she had expected that answer. It's not easy, is it? Finding a way forward after something so huge. After all the years of fear, of living with the curse hanging over our heads. It's hard to imagine what life could be like without it. Eleanor looked down, her thoughts drifting. "I've been trying to imagine it," she said, "but everything feels so uncertain. The village is free, the hollow is gone, but I don't know who I am in all of this. What's left for me when everything I've known has been so tied to the past?" Rose smiled gently, understanding the weight in Eleanor's voice. "I think we're all trying to figure that out. It's not just you. This village has been shaped by the hollow for generations. Now that the curse is gone, we have to find our own way, find out who we are without it." Eleanor glanced up at EE. Rose, a faint flicker of something stirring in her chest. "How do you do it? How do you move forward when everything feels so unknown?" Rose was quiet for a long moment, her eyes far away, as if she were contemplating something deeper. Finally, she looked back at Eleanor, her expression firm. "You take one step at a time, one choice, one day at a time. We've been waiting for freedom, but that doesn't mean it's easy. It's like planting seeds in a garden. You don't know what will grow or how long it will take, but you start, You nurture what's there, and you trust that it will bloom. Eleanor blinked, the simplicity of Rose's words resonating deep within her. A garden. It was a strange metaphor, but it made sense. She had been so focused on the past, so consumed by the need to break the curse, that she had forgotten that there was something waiting for her on the other side. A future, a new beginning. Rose's eyes softened. I think it's time we start planting those seeds, Eleanor. For both of us. Eleanor smiled, the weight in her chest easing slightly. I'd like that. Rose's smile deepened. Good. I've been working on something, on restoring the village's library. You know the history, the old legends. We could use someone like you to help. We could document everything that happened, everything we've learned. The village needs its story, Eleanor, and I think you're the one to help us tell it. The offer hung in the air, a new opportunity, a new purpose. Eleanor felt the stirrings of something inside her, an unfamiliar but welcome feeling. It was hope. It was possibility. I don't know if I'm the one to tell it, Eleanor said quietly, but I would like to help, if you think I can. Rose gave her a soft, reassuring smile. I think you can. You've seen the truth of this place. You've lived it. You're part of its story now. For the first time in what felt like years, Eleanor felt a sense of direction. She had been so focused on breaking free from the past, from the Hollow's curse, that she had forgotten to look forward. The village needed her, and in turn, it was offering her a chance to rebuild, to create something new from the ashes of the past. Over the next few weeks, Eleanor worked alongside Rose to restore the old library in the village, a place filled with dusty tomes, forgotten histories, and fragile maps of the village's past. They worked together, painstakingly preserving the knowledge of their ancestors, while also preparing to tell the story of the Hollow, its grip on the village, and the strength it took to finally break free. But even as she immersed herself in the work, Eleanor found herself returning to the forest, not out of fear or obsession, but out of reverence. The place that had once been a prison was now a symbol of the village's resilience, and though she could never forget what it had cost her, she could still honor the lessons it had taught her. One evening, as the sun set over the trees, casting long shadows over the village, Eleanor stood at the edge of the forest, gazing into its depths. She no longer saw it as a place of darkness. It was a place of healing, of beginnings and of endings, a place where she had faced the deepest parts of herself, and in doing so, had set herself free. Her journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, she felt ready to face whatever came next. She had planted the first seeds of a new life, and though the future was still uncertain, she knew one thing for sure. She would face it with her head held high. Eleanor woke to the soft sound of birds singing, their morning chorus a welcome break from the silence that had often plagued her thoughts. The village was quiet, the kind of quiet that only arrived after a storm had passed. It was a calm that wrapped itself around her like a blanket, warm and soothing, though there was still an undercurrent of uncertainty, a sense of something new stirring, something waiting to be discovered. The days had blurred into each other since her decision to join Rose in restoring the library, the heart of the village's history. At first, Eleanor had buried herself in the work. She needed something to fill the emptiness left by the curse's unraveling. Every book she touched, every scrap of paper she uncovered seemed to breathe new life into the village. As she transcribed the histories of Ashford Hollow, of the generations that had lived and died under the weight of the Hollow's curse, Eleanor began to feel a deep, almost sacred connection to the past. It was as though she were giving voice to those who had been lost, to the silent suffering of her ancestors, and it helped her find a kind of peace. But there was always that gnawing sense of something more, something waiting just beyond the horizon. The Hollow had been defeated, her family's bloodline freed, but Eleanor was no longer sure where her place in this world was. The past had been a part of her for so long, and now that it was gone, there was only the future, a future that was still shrouded in uncertainty. Eleanor stood from her bed, stretching her arms toward the window as the light of the morning poured in, spilling across the room in warm golden hues. The faint smell of fresh bread drifted from the bakery down the street, a comforting, familiar scent. The village had begun to rebuild, and with it, the hope of a brighter future. For the first time, the possibility of peace felt real. She walked down to the village square, where the cobblestone streets were still damp from the morning dew. As she passed the homes of the villagers, she could hear the hum of life stirring, children laughing as they played, the distant murmur of conversations, the clang of tools as the villagers continued to restore what had been lost. The village was alive again, and the weight of the curse was no longer holding it back. When Eleanor reached the square, she spotted Rose, who was sitting on the steps of the newly restored library, her brow furrowed in concentration as she sifted through a pile of papers. Rose looked up and smiled when she saw Eleanor approaching. "Morning," Rose greeted her, her voice warm and inviting. "How are you today?" Eleanor smiled back, though there was still a trace of something unsettled in her eyes. "Better," she said softly. "I'm starting to feel like maybe I'm really free. The Hollow is gone. The village is healing. And for once, I don't feel like I'm drowning in the past." Rose's eyes softened as she set the papers aside and stood. "I'm glad to hear that. You've carried so much for so long, Eleanor. It's about time you let yourself breathe." Eleanor took a deep breath, letting the cool morning air fill her lungs. "I've been trying to figure out what comes next," she said slowly, her voice uncertain. "What kind of life do I live now, after everything? I thought I would feel different, after the curse was broken, but it's like the world still feels unfinished, like I'm still waiting for something to happen." Rose regarded her thoughtfully, her expression gentle but firm. "Maybe you're waiting for yourself, Eleanor. You've spent so much of your life fighting for your sister, for the village, for your family. Now it's time to fight for yourself, to decide what you want your future to look like. It's not about undoing the past, it's about building something new." Eleanor felt a flicker of something stir inside her, a light she hadn't felt in so long. Hope, perhaps, or the first true step toward healing. She had been so focused on the things she couldn't control, the things she had lost, that she hadn't stopped to think about what she could create. "I don't know where to start," she admitted, her voice quiet. "I've been so consumed by the past, by the need to fix things, that I don't know how to let go." "You don't have to let go all at once," Rose said with a smile. "It's a process, one step at a time. But the most important thing is that you're here. You're alive. And you have the chance to decide who you want to be, where you want to go." Eleanor's heart tightened, the weight of the truth sinking in. She had spent so many years carrying the burden of the Hollow, of her family's curse. Now that it was gone, now that the village was free, it was time for her to reclaim her own life, to build her own path. "I want to help," Eleanor said suddenly, her voice firm. "I want to help restore the village's history, but I also want to create something new. I've been so focused on breaking the curse that I forgot about the world beyond it." Rose's eyes brightened, and she stepped forward, her expression full of pride. "I knew you'd come to that conclusion. The village needs someone like you, Eleanor. Someone who understands what we've been through, but also someone who sees what we can become. You can shape the future of this place, the future of your own life." Eleanor looked around at the village square, at the people who were beginning to rebuild their lives, and for the first time in a long time, she saw the future in a new light. She wasn't a prisoner to the past anymore. She was free to choose. "I'm ready," she whispered to herself, though the words were filled with uncertainty and hope. "I don't know what comes next, but I'm ready to try." The sun had risen high in the sky now, casting a warm glow over the village. It was a new day, a new beginning. Eleanor had freed the village from the curse of the Hollow. She had freed herself. And though the future was still unknown, she was no longer afraid to face it. She turned to Rose, her eyes steady with resolve. "Let's get to work. There's a new chapter to write." And together, they stepped into that new beginning, ready to face whatever came next. The Hollow was behind them, and ahead of them lay a future that was theirs to shape. The air was cool with the onset of autumn, the faintest touch of the season's chill already beginning to creep into the village. Eleanor stood at the edge of the village square, her gaze wandering over the rows of newly repaired homes, the freshly paved cobblestone streets, and the quiet faces of the villagers as they went about their daily routines. The village, now freed from the curse that had haunted it for generations, seemed to hum with life, vibrant and full of hope. But even in the midst of this quiet rebirth, Eleanor felt an unease that lingered in her chest like a shadow she couldn't shake. The village was healing, yes, but something inside her, a sense of unfinished business, refused to let her rest. The Hollow was gone, the past was buried, but her heart still carried the weight of the decisions she had made, the price she had paid, and the memories that refused to fade. She had spent months working alongside Rose, restoring the old library, documenting the history of the village, and writing down the stories of the lost souls who had once been trapped by the Hollow. Every page she turned, every manuscript she transcribed, seemed to dig deeper into her soul. The village's history was not just filled with pain and loss, it was also filled with hope and resilience, the determination to endure even in the face of unimaginable darkness. But even as she helped tell their story, Eleanor felt like she was still searching for her own. "Are you coming?" Rose's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Eleanor turned to see Rose standing at the base of the library steps, her arms crossed, a knowing smile on her face. She had grown accustomed to Rose's quiet understanding of her, of the way she seemed to sense when Eleanor was struggling with her own thoughts. "Where to?" Eleanor asked, though she already knew the answer. It had become a kind of routine between them, another step in the long process of rebuilding the village, another way of reconnecting to the world they had both left behind. Rose's smile deepened. "The church. I thought it might be time for us to pay our respects." Eleanor's heart tightened. She had avoided the church since her return, unable to face the memories of the Hollow, unable to reconcile the peace she had found with the sacrifices that had been made. The church, with its tall spire and weathered stone, had always been a silent witness to the village's secrets. It was the place where the villagers had once gathered, bound together by the shared fear of the Hollow, the place where the old rituals had been performed, the place where her family's legacy had been sealed. "I don't know if I'm ready for that," Eleanor said softly, her voice betraying her unease. "To face everything that happened there." Rose nodded, her expression softening. "I understand. But sometimes facing the past is the only way to move forward. It's not about forgetting what happened, Eleanor. It's about understanding it and then letting it go." Eleanor stared at Rose for a long moment, her chest tight with the weight of unspoken words. She had been trying so hard to leave the past behind, to build something new. But she had never truly confronted what the Hollow had cost her, what it had cost the village. The people who had been lost, the lives that had been taken, the lives that had been forever changed. And most of all, the price of her sister's soul. "I'll come with you," Eleanor said finally, her voice steady despite the swirl of emotions inside her. "But not for the past, for the future, for the people who are still here." Rose nodded again, her eyes filled with understanding. Together, they made their way to the church, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the empty streets. The church stood at the heart of the village, its stone walls weathered and worn by centuries of storms, its windows dull with age. It was a place of both faith and fear, a place that had once served as the village's refuge from the darkness of the hollow. As they entered, the heavy wooden doors creaked open, revealing the dimly lit interior. The smell of old wood and incense lingered in the air, and the soft light from the stained glass windows cast a muted glow across the pews. The silence inside was thick, suffocating almost, as if the very walls carried the weight of generations of secrets. Eleanor felt a shiver run down her spine as she stepped further into the church. The memories of the past rushed back to her, the rituals, the fear, the helplessness of knowing there was nothing she could do to stop the curse. She had been a child then, unable to understand the full weight of the darkness that had gripped her family, her village. Now, as an adult, she understood all too well. Rose walked to the front of the church, where an altar sat bathed in the muted light. She paused for a moment, her eyes closed in quiet contemplation, before she turned to Eleanor, who had stayed near the back, unsure of her place in this space. "I've been thinking," Rose said quietly, her voice soft but steady, "about what comes next. The village will need guidance. We've been living in the shadow of the past for so long, but now it's time for us to decide what kind of future we want. And I think you're the one to help lead us there." Eleanor's heart clenched. "I don't know if I can, after everything. I'm not sure I'm the right person for that." Rose smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "You are. You've already done what no one else could. You've broken the curse. But now, you have the chance to build something, to guide the village in a new direction, away from fear and toward something brighter." Eleanor stood silently, her thoughts swirling. She had never thought of herself as a leader, never imagined she would play such a role in the future of the village. But the idea of helping rebuild, of being a part of something greater than herself, filled her with a sense of purpose that she had not felt in a long time. "I don't know how," she said finally, her voice thick with emotion, "but I'll try for them, for Lucy, for everyone." Rose's smile widened, and she stepped closer, her hand resting gently on Eleanor's arm. "That's all anyone can ask for, to try, together." Eleanor nodded, the weight of the moment sinking in. The hollow was gone. The past had been written in the shadows, but the future was still unwritten. And as she stood there in the church, bathed in the soft light of the stained glass, she realized that she wasn't alone. She had never been alone. The village, like her, was finding its way forward. And together, they would write the next chapter of their story, one of healing, of growth, and of hope. The door to the future had opened, and Eleanor was ready to walk through it. Eleanor stood at the edge of the village once again, the wind tugging gently at her cloak. It was early morning, the horizon still tinged with the soft hues of dawn, and the village beneath her appeared peaceful, almost idyllic. The streets were quiet, the workers already busy rebuilding what had been damaged in the wake of the Hollow's departure. It was a new day, one born from the ashes of the past, and for the first time since the curse had been broken, Eleanor felt a strange sense of calm settle in her chest. The village was healing, and with it, so was she. In the months following the church visit, Eleanor had thrown herself into the work of rebuilding, helping to catalogue the histories of the village, assisting Rose with organising community projects, and taking small steps toward leading a life that was not defined by the darkness of the Hollow. But the more she worked, the more she realised that the village needed more than restoration. They needed vision, guidance, something to move forward toward. The people of Ashford Hollow, once bound by fear and sorrow, were now free to decide their own future. But what of her future? Eleanor had spent so long consumed by the need to break the curse, to free her sister's soul, that she had never stopped to ask what it was she wanted beyond that. Now that the Hollow was gone, what was she supposed to do with the life that remained? Her gaze drifted back to the village, where the first rays of sunlight illuminated the streets. In many ways, the village was still the same as it had always been. Small, close-knit, shaped by its history. But there was a new energy in the air, a sense of potential, of change. The villagers were no longer looking over their shoulders, afraid of what might emerge from the forest. They were looking forward to the future. But Eleanor wasn't sure if she was ready to join them. The memories of the Hollow, of Lucy's fading form, of the sacrifice she had made, still haunted her. It was as if her sister's absence had carved a hole in her heart that nothing could fill. She had broken the curse, yes, she had set things right for the village. But in doing so, had she also lost a piece of herself? Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling her name. "Eleanor!" She turned to see Hugo approaching, his weathered face marked with a smile. He was one of the few people who had seen the village through every stage of its torment, from the earliest whispers of the curse to its final unraveling. And now, with the Hollow gone, he seemed more at peace than Eleanor had ever seen him. "Morning." Hugo greeted her, his voice warm but full of quiet understanding. "You're up early." Eleanor nodded, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I couldn't sleep. Too much on my mind." Hugo gave a knowing look, his eyes scanning the horizon before landing back on her. "I know what you mean. It's strange, isn't it? The calm after the storm." Eleanor nodded again, her gaze turning back to the village below. "It feels like a different place. It's peaceful, and yet I'm still not sure where I fit in. I've spent so long fighting, so long trying to make things right, that I don't know how to live in a world that's not defined by that struggle." Hugo stepped closer, his voice gentle but firm. "You don't have to know all the answers, Eleanor. You've already done what no one else could. You've freed the village. You've freed yourself. The rest of it will come in time." Eleanor exhaled slowly, the weight of his words sinking in. "I just wish I knew what to do next." Hugo smiled and placed a hand on her shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "You don't have to decide all at once. Life isn't a straight path. You know, it's a winding road with twists and turns. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just keep moving forward, even if you don't know where you're headed." For the first time in what felt like ages, Eleanor felt a flicker of hope stir deep within her. She had been so focused on the past, on the curse, on everything that had been lost, that she had forgotten to consider the possibility of a future, one that didn't hinge on undoing mistakes or chasing ghosts. "You're right," she said softly. "I can't keep living in the shadow of what's gone. I have to live for what's still here, what's still possible." "That's the spirit," Hugo said with a wink. "And don't forget, there's a whole village that needs your help. They look up to you more than you think. You've done the hard part. Now, you just have to live with the gift you've given them." Eleanor chuckled, a warm, genuine laugh that felt foreign at first. "I never thought of myself as someone to look up to." Hugo raised an eyebrow. "You've earned it, Eleanor. Trust me." They stood together in companionable silence, watching the village come to life beneath the morning sun. The town was still rebuilding, still finding its way, but it was no longer under the thumb of fear. The future was bright, even if it was still uncertain. As they turned to walk back into the village, Hugo spoke again, his tone thoughtful. "Have you thought about what you'll do with the library? I've seen how much you've poured into restoring it, and I think it's time the village had something more than just old stories. What if we wrote our own?" Eleanor looked at him, the idea settling in her mind. A history of the village, one that wasn't written in blood or fear, but in hope and resilience. The village's story, her story, and everyone else who had endured the curse of the Hollow. "I think that sounds perfect," she said, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. "It's time to write a new chapter." And so together, they walked back into the heart of the village. The future was unknown, but it was theirs to shape. There were still challenges to face, old wounds to heal, and countless steps to take. But for the first time since she had come back to Ashford Hollow, Eleanor felt like she was exactly where she needed to be. The village was no longer just a place of darkness and sorrow. It was a place of rebirth, of transformation. And she, too, had been reborn. With each passing day, she would continue to find her place in the world, not by running from the past, but by embracing the future that lay before her. The Hollow was gone, but its echoes would forever be a part of the village's history. And now, Eleanor would help write the next chapter. The days drifted into weeks, and the weeks into months, each one carrying with it the steady pulse of a village reborn. Eleanor's life, once tethered to the curse of the Hollow, had slowly shifted into something new, something grounded. She had stopped looking over her shoulder, stopped waiting for the next shadow to fall, and had started to look forward, to look at the future, the work ahead. The library, now fully restored and carefully organized, had become a symbol of the village's new beginning. Eleanor and Rose had worked together to catalogue the histories of the village, to preserve the memories of those who had lived in the shadow of the Hollow, and to write their own history, one of healing, of resilience, of a community that had fought to survive and had finally broken free from the darkness. The past, though painful, was now something that could be remembered without fear, something to learn from, not something to run from. But the quiet peace that had settled over Ashford Hollow wasn't always easy for Eleanor to accept. The work in the library was fulfilling, yes, and the villagers had begun to look to her for guidance, but there were moments, quiet, solitary moments, when she felt the sting of Lucy's absence, the emptiness of the void her sister had left behind. It wasn't grief, not exactly. It was something deeper, a recognition of what she had lost, not just in terms of Lucy, but in everything that had been sacrificed to break the curse. Her sister's soul was at peace, yes, but Eleanor's heart still ached, still felt the weight of the choices she had made. One evening, after a long day spent organizing the library, Eleanor found herself once again at the edge of the forest, staring into the trees. The sun had just set, leaving the sky painted in shades of pink and orange, and the air was cool, a reminder that winter was just around the corner. The village behind her was quiet, the low hum of life muted by the stillness of the dusk. The forest, once a place of fear, now felt different, peaceful, almost sacred. The Hollow was gone, but the trees still stood, silent witnesses to the past. Eleanor knew deep down that she could never fully leave it behind. The Hollow had shaped her, had shaped the village, and no matter how much time passed, it would always be a part of her. As she stood there, lost in her thoughts, she felt a presence beside her. She turned to see Hugo, his old figure silhouetted against the fading light, his expression thoughtful but kind. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, his voice low, respectful. Eleanor nodded, stepping aside to make room for him. "Of course, it's just I was thinking about the past and the future. Hugo looked out at the forest, his gaze steady. It's natural to think about both, especially after everything the village has been through. But you're not alone in this. The village looks to you now. They need your strength, your vision. Eleanor sighed softly, the weight of his words settling over her. I know, but sometimes I wonder if I'm the right person to lead them forward. There are so many things we still don't know, so many things left to rebuild. And the past, it still haunts me. I wonder if I'll ever truly be free of it. You will, Hugo said quietly, his voice filled with certainty. You're already more free than you know. The Hollow no longer controls you or the village. You've done what was needed, and now the future is yours to shape. There's no formula for freedom, Eleanor. You've already created something extraordinary, something real. The village will follow you because they trust you, not because of the curse, but because of who you are now. Eleanor's chest tightened at his words, the truth of them both comforting and terrifying. She had spent so long fighting, so long burdened by the weight of the past, that she had forgotten to look at what she had built. The village was no longer shackled by fear, and neither was she. I don't know if I'm ready, Eleanor whispered, her voice filled with uncertainty. I'm still figuring it out. None of us are ever really ready, Hugo replied with a smile. But that's what makes us strong. We step forward anyway. Eleanor turned her gaze back to the forest, her eyes tracing the silhouettes of the trees. The darkness was falling, but it was different now, softer, quieter. The forest wasn't a place of terror anymore. It was a place of memory, of transformation. It had shaped her, just as it had shaped the village. And now, it was time for the village to step forward, to move beyond the shadows of the past and into the light of the future. It's hard to let go, Eleanor admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Even after everything that happened, part of me still holds on. To Lucy, to the fear, to the stories of the Hollow. It's hard to let go of what we were. Hugo's hand rested gently on her shoulder, his grip steady and sure. You don't have to let go of everything, Eleanor. The past is part of who you are, it's part of what made you strong. But the future is what you make of it. You're not defined by what's happened. You're defined by what you choose to do next. Eleanor nodded, her heart heavy with the realization that she couldn't keep living in the past. It would always be there, a part of her story, but it didn't have to be the thing that defined her. The Hollow was gone. The village was free. And now, it was time to live. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the horizon, Eleanor felt a calmness settle over her. She wasn't alone in this. The village, Hugo, Rose, and even the memories of those lost, together they would rebuild. Together they would write the next chapter of Ashford Hollow's story. The future was uncertain, but for the first time, Eleanor was ready to face it. The first frost of winter had come early to Ashford Hollow, dusting the ground with a thin veil of white. Eleanor stood at the edge of the village, staring out across the fields that stretched toward the forest. The trees, once dark and foreboding, now stood as silent sentinels against the pale sky. They were not the same trees she had once feared. They were something new, something different. And for the first time, Eleanor didn't feel the cold grip of the past tightening around her. She felt only a deep, quiet peace. The village was waking up despite the chill in the air. The sound of hammers and saws echoed in the distance as the rebuilding continued. Homes were being repaired, the market square was being paved, and the familiar faces of the villagers were slowly returning to their daily routines. The air was alive with the energy of a new beginning, and for once, Eleanor felt like she was part of something larger than herself. part of a village that was no longer defined by fear and darkness. She turned toward the village center, her eyes drifting to the library. The heart of Ashford Hollow, once a dusty, neglected building, had been transformed. It now stood tall and strong, a beacon of the village's future. Inside, the shelves were full of stories, old and new, each one a testament to the resilience of those who had come before. The village's history, its trials and triumphs, were no longer shrouded in silence. They had been written down, shared, and honored. But for Eleanor, it wasn't just about the stories. It was about the people who had survived, the people who had fought to rebuild, the people who had made this village their home. It was about the choices they made now, about the future they were all building together. She walked toward the village square, her steps purposeful, though her heart still carried the weight of the past. As she passed the familiar faces of the villagers, families gathering, children playing, traders setting up their stalls, she couldn't help but wonder how they saw her now. The girl who had once been consumed by the curse, the girl who had fought for her sister's soul. Did they see her as a leader, a symbol of the village's strength? She didn't know. She wasn't sure what they saw, or even what she saw in herself anymore. But what she did know, as she moved through the square, was that she had a choice. She could leave the past behind, could step into the future with the same determination she had shown in the face of the hollow, or she could let the memories of the darkness define her. The village had found its way out of the shadows. Now, it was her turn to do the same. As she passed by the old church, now standing quiet and empty in the heart of the village, a familiar figure stepped into her path. It was Rose, her face warm with the same knowing smile Eleanor had come to rely on. "Good morning," Rose greeted her. "I thought I'd find you out here." Eleanor returned the smile, though there was a softness in her gaze. "I needed some air and time to think." Rose nodded, glancing toward the village square. "It's hard to believe, isn't it? How far we've come in such a short time." Eleanor followed her gaze. "It doesn't feel real. The village, the people. It's like we've all been living in a dream and now we're awake." "That's the beauty of it, Eleanor," Rose said, her voice quiet but full of conviction. "We've been living in the shadow of what we lost for so long. Now we get to build something new. We get to decide what comes next." Eleanor thought of the library, of the records they had restored, the stories they had shared. But even more than that, she thought of the people, the villagers, the ones who had stayed, who had fought, who had refused to let the darkness claim them. "I've been thinking about that," Eleanor admitted. "About what comes next, what I'm supposed to do now. I spent so long carrying the burden of the curse that I don't know what it means to just live, to build a future. I don't know how to let go of the past." Rose's gaze softened. "You don't have to forget it, Eleanor. The past is a part of you, a part of us all. But it doesn't have to control us anymore. You've freed the Doer village. You've freed yourself. Now it's time to live for the future." Eleanor turned to face Rose, her eyes searching for the truth in her words. "I don't know if I'm ready to lead, to help rebuild. I'm not sure if I have the strength to do it." "You don't have to do it alone," Rose said gently. "You never have." The weight of Rose's words settled over Eleanor like a balm, soothing the ache in her chest. For so long, she had believed she had to carry the burden on her own. But the village was no longer just hers to carry. It belonged to everyone who had stayed, who had fought, who had loved it enough to rebuild it. She wasn't alone. She never had been. Eleanor took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill her lungs. "I'll try. I'll do what I can." Rose smiled, her eyes full of quiet pride. "That's all anyone can ask." They stood there for a moment, side by side, watching the village come to life around them. The sun had risen fully now, casting the village in a soft, golden light. The first frost of winter shimmered in the grass, and though the days ahead would be full of challenges, the air felt fresh, filled with possibility. As Eleanor turned to walk back toward the library, her heart lighter than it had been in years, she realized that the village, like her, was still a work in progress. The hollow was gone, but the work of rebuilding, of healing, of living was just beginning. She had freed her sister. She had freed the village. And now, she was free to choose what came next. The horizon was open to her, and though the future was uncertain, she was ready to face it, step by step, day by day, together. The winter months settled over Ashford Hollow like a quiet blanket. Snow fell gently, coating the village in a shimmering layer of white that reflected the pale light of the sun. The world outside was calm, serene, and for a time it seemed as if everything in the village had come to a peaceful standstill. But inside the walls of the newly restored library, Eleanor worked tirelessly. Her days were filled with the stories of those who had lived before her, of the villagers whose lives had been intertwined with the Hollow's curse. The task of documenting the village's history had become her personal mission, a way to honor the past without letting it dominate her present. She had pored over the ancient manuscripts, the fading maps, and the whispered legends. And yet, as much as she respected the history, she had come to realize that it wasn't the past that defined her. It was the choices she made now, in this new world. The village had begun to flourish, slowly but surely. With each passing day, more houses were repaired, more people returned to work, and the marketplace buzzed with life. The villagers, though still carrying the marks of their past, now looked toward the future with a quiet hope. And in the center of it all stood Eleanor, leading not through force but by example. She was no longer just a girl trying to undo what had been done. She was a woman who had faced the darkest of her fears and had emerged stronger. One afternoon, as Eleanor was walking through the village, she noticed a small gathering near the old well in the center of town. The crowd was talking excitedly, laughing, and gesturing towards something in the distance. Curious, she approached. As she neared, she recognized Hugo standing with several other villagers, including Rose. The older man looked up as Eleanor arrived, his face alight with something she hadn't seen in him before, eager anticipation. "What's going on?" Eleanor asked, her voice curious, but filled with a quiet wariness. Hugo smiled, a rare expression on his face. "I was just telling these fine folks that we've finally gathered enough materials to start building the new town hall. It's about time Ashford Hollow had a place to gather that isn't just the church." Eleanor's eyes widened. "A new town hall?" "Yes," Rose said, stepping forward with a smile. "The village has grown, and we need a place to come together, to plan for the future. We can't keep living in the shadow of the Hollow forever. We need a place where we can discuss what's next. A place for meetings, for the people." Eleanor felt her chest tighten with an unfamiliar emotion. Pride, but also a deep, stirring sense of responsibility. She had helped break the curse, had helped the village heal, but this was something different. This was about truly rebuilding, truly shaping the future. The future she had once thought was impossible. "Are you sure we're ready for something like this?" Eleanor asked, her gaze flickering across the excited faces of the villagers. "I mean, this is a big step. A town hall, it's more than just bricks and wood. It's a symbol." "Exactly," Hugo said, his voice full of conviction. "It's time for the village to step forward. We've been living under the weight of the Hollow's past for so long. Now we can create something that is truly ours, something for the future." Eleanor nodded, her eyes drawn to the faces of the villagers around her. There was no fear in their expressions anymore, only a sense of hope. "You're right," she said softly, her voice steady. "I never thought we'd get here. Where The hollow was nothing but a memory where we could talk about the future. I thought it would always define us, but maybe we don't need to look back anymore. Rose placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch light but grounding. You've done more than anyone could have hoped, Eleanor. You gave us the chance to leave the past behind. The rest of us are just taking the first steps. And now, it's your turn to decide what you want to build, what you want to create. The words sank in deep, settling in Eleanor's heart like seeds being planted in fertile soil. She had been so focused on breaking free from the past, so focused on healing the village, that she had forgotten to ask herself what she truly wanted. For so long, her purpose had been tied to the curse, to the fight to free her sister, to undo the damage that had been done. But now she had a choice. What if I'm not sure? Eleanor asked, her voice quiet but filled with uncertainty. What if I don't know what comes next? Then you take it one day at a time, Rose said softly, her smile warm. That's all any of us can do. Eleanor stood there for a moment, looking around at the villagers, at the laughter, the excitement, and the plans being made for a future that seemed impossibly bright. A town hall, a place where they could meet, plan, and talk about what they wanted for the future. It was a symbol. A place where the past and the future could coexist, where they could decide together what kind of village they wanted to build. The hollow had once been a place of fear, of darkness. But now, as she looked around, Eleanor saw something else. She saw a village full of life, full of hope. And for the first time in so long, she felt like she was a part of it. Okay, she said, her voice filled with quiet resolve. Let's build it. Let's build the future we've all been waiting for. And with that, the work began. The villagers gathered, their hands steady and sure, working together to lay the first stones of the new town hall. Eleanor helped, not as a leader, but as a part of the community, one of many. They worked side by side, their shared vision of the future shaping every movement, every decision. As the town hall slowly began to take shape, so did Eleanor's future. The uncertainty that had once gnawed at her heart was replaced by something else, something rooted, something real. She had fought for this. She had fought for freedom, for the village, for Lucy. And now, she was ready to live in the world she had helped create.
Spring came to Ashford Hollow like a whisper, a slow, soft breath that stirred the village from its winter stillness. The snow that had blanketed the fields and rooftops melted away, revealing the fresh green of new growth pushing through the
earth. The trees, now free of their winter coats, reached toward the sky with bright, eager leaves. The river that had been frozen for months began to hum again with the flow of water, its quiet rush a constant reminder that time, like the seasons, moved forward. In the heart of the village, the new town hall was taking shape. The villagers worked with a determination that had been absent during the years of the Hollow's rule. There was no hesitation now, no fear, just a steady, quiet resolve. And Eleanor was at the forefront of it all, not as a leader or a savior, but as a member of the community, helping to rebuild the future she had once thought impossible. The walls of the town hall rose steadily, its frame strong and sturdy, a symbol of the village's resilience. The foundation, built with the hard work of the villagers, was solid, a reflection of the new hope that had taken root in the hearts of those who had survived the curse. Every stone placed, every beam lifted, felt like another small victory against the darkness that had once held them all in its grip. But for Eleanor, it wasn't just about the building. It wasn't just about the village's survival. It was about the way they were choosing to move forward together. They weren't just rebuilding the physical structures of their homes. They were rebuilding something much more important, their sense of community, their connection to one another, and the strength they had found in the face of adversity. One afternoon, as she worked with Rose in the town hall, Eleanor paused to look out the window, her gaze catching the growing crowd outside. The village was alive with purpose. Families, children, and workers all moved about, some carrying supplies, others simply watching with eager anticipation as the town hall took form. It was more than just a building. It was a living, breathing testament to their collective strength. And for the first time since the Hollow had been defeated, Eleanor realized something. She wasn't just part of the village anymore. She was the village. "I never thought I'd see the day," Rose said, breaking Eleanor's thoughts. "The town hall, standing tall like this. It feels like we've all been waiting for it." Eleanor nodded, her gaze softening. "It's a new beginning for all of us, but I think the real work is only just beginning. We have to continue rebuilding, not just the village, but ourselves. We've come so far, but we can't forget that it's a continuous process. We all need to keep moving forward together." Rose smiled, her eyes bright. "You're right, but look at how far we've come. Look at the village. It's full of hope, full of life." Eleanor's heart swelled with quiet pride. It had taken everything she had to break the curse, to confront the past. But in doing so, she had not only freed the village from the Hollow's grip, she had given them the opportunity to rebuild something far more important: a future. The days continued to pass in a blur of hard work, laughter, and shared moments. The town hall was nearing completion, and with each new brick laid, the village felt more like home. More like something that belonged to all of them. But even as the village thrived, Eleanor's heart remained tethered to something more personal. A part of her still ached with the loss of her sister. Lucy's memory was a constant companion, one she could not simply leave behind. It was not sorrow, not grief, but a quiet presence that lingered, reminding her of the choices she had made, of the sacrifices that had been necessary. Lucy had been freed, her soul released from the Hollow's grasp, but in that freedom, Eleanor had also been changed. It was as if her sister's memory had become a part of the village itself, woven into the fabric of its rebirth. Eleanor no longer mourned Lucy as she once had. She no longer asked herself what might have been. Instead, she honored her sister's memory by embracing the life that remained, by building something that Lucy had never had the chance to see. One evening, as Eleanor walked through the village, her steps taking her past the nearly finished town hall, she paused to watch a group of children playing in the square. Their laughter rang through the air, light and carefree, and for a moment she closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. It was the sound of freedom. She turned to see Hugo standing at the entrance to the town hall, watching her with a quiet smile. "Sometimes I forget what it was like before," he said, his voice soft but filled with reverence. "Before the curse was broken, before we could really live. It feels like we've stepped into a new world." Eleanor nodded, her gaze following the children as they chased one another, their laughter filling the air. "It's a new world, Hugo, and it's ours to build." He studied her for a moment, his eyes thoughtful. "You've done it, Eleanor. You've given us a future. You've led us out of the dark." Eleanor smiled, but her smile was bittersweet. "I didn't do it. Alone, we all did, the village did, together." As they stood there in the fading light, watching the children play, and the village continue to grow, Eleanor felt a sense of peace settle over her. The Hollow was gone. The past was behind them. And though the future was uncertain, it was theirs to shape. No longer would the village live in the shadow of fear. It would live in the light of hope, in the promise of new beginnings. The path ahead was still unfolding, but Eleanor was no longer afraid to walk it. The lessons of the past would always stay with her, woven into the tapestry of the village, a reminder of what had been. But the future, this future, was what mattered now. And it was bright. As the town hall took shape behind her, Eleanor realized that her journey, like the village's, was still just beginning. The warmth of late spring had spread across Ashford Hollow, transforming the once barren village into a landscape of vibrant life. The town hall, now complete, stood proudly at the heart of the village, a symbol of the village's transformation, from a place haunted by its past to one filled with hope for the future. The sound of the bell tower rang out every hour, its chimes a steady reminder of the new rhythm that had settled in the village. Inside the town hall, the village gathered. There were meetings, celebrations, and quiet conversations, each one a small victory in the effort to reshape Ashford Hollow. Eleanor had never imagined herself as a part of something like this, leading, organizing, making decisions for the future. But as the days passed, she found herself stepping into this role naturally. It wasn't about being a leader in the traditional sense. It was about guiding the village forward with the same resilience and unity that had brought them all through the worst of times. The children played in the streets, their laughter filling the air as they ran past the newly planted gardens in the square. The market was thriving again, the farmers selling their produce, the weavers their cloth. The village was full of life in a way that it had never been before, full of possibility, of rebuilding, and of connection. The bonds that had been frayed by fear and isolation were now being woven back together, stronger than ever. But despite the vitality of the village, Eleanor couldn't help but notice the subtle tension that still lingered in the air, just beneath the surface. It wasn't fear, not anymore, but it was a sense of waiting, of wondering if the peace that had been so hard won would last. There were moments when she caught herself looking over her shoulder, her thoughts drifting back to the forest, to the hollow, to the fear that had once gripped every part of her. The past still lingered, as it always would. It was in those quiet moments when she stood in the town square or walked the paths of the village that she felt it, the weight of what she had done, of what she had sacrificed. She had saved the village, freed her sister's soul, and watched as the hollow dissolved into nothingness. But there was still a question that gnawed at her. Was it enough? Was the cost of it all truly worth the price they had paid? Eleanor stood one evening near the edge of the village, gazing toward the forest. The light of the setting sun bathed the trees in a soft glow, their branches reaching high into the sky. They were no longer the twisted, malevolent things they had once been, but they still held secrets. The hollow had been banished, but its presence had marked the land forever. The forest would always be a part of the village's history, and by extension, a part of her own. Thinking about the past? Rose's voice came from behind Eleanor, gentle but filled with knowing. Eleanor turned to see her friend approaching, her eyes full of understanding. Sometimes I wonder if we're really free of it. The hollow, I mean. It's hard to believe. It's really gone. There's still a part of me that expects it to come back, to pull us back into the darkness. Rose stepped up beside her, her gaze following Eleanor's toward the forest. I think that's natural. The past doesn't just disappear. It leaves its mark on us, even when we think we've moved past it. But I think we're as free as we can be. The village is alive, Eleanor. You've given us that. Eleanor nodded, her eyes drifting to the horizon. The world beyond the forest seemed endless, full of possibilities. I know, but it's strange. We're rebuilding, yes, but sometimes it feels like I'm still waiting for something to happen, something more. I thought once we defeated the hollow, everything would fall into place, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that the real work is just beginning. You've already done the hardest part, Rose said softly, her voice steady. You've faced the darkness, and you've led us into the light. Now it's up to all of us to decide what we want the village to be, what we want our future to be. Eleanor smiled faintly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I suppose that's true. It's just hard to shake the feeling that we're still bound by the past, even when we try to move forward. That's the tricky part, Rose replied, turning her gaze toward the trees as well. You can't erase the past, Eleanor. You can only build on it. Make something new from what you've been given. Eleanor exhaled, feeling the weight of the words settle into her. It was true. She couldn't change what had happened, couldn't undo the sacrifices that had been made, but she could shape what came next. And for the first time, she realized that maybe that was enough. The village had already taken the first steps toward healing. The Hollow was no longer a threat, and though the scars of its influence would remain, they no longer defined the village. They were no longer the driving force behind every decision, every action. The future now lay in their hands. Eleanor turned to Rose, her voice steady. I've spent so much time trying to undo the past, trying to fix everything, that I forgot to think about what I want, about what we all want. Rose smiled warmly, her eyes bright with quiet encouragement. What do you want, Eleanor? Eleanor thought for a long moment, the question sinking deep into her heart. She had fought so hard for everyone else, for the village, for Lucy. But now, as she stood at the edge of it all, she realized that she could no longer live in the shadow of the past. She had to decide what her future would look like. I want to build something new, she said softly, for the village, for myself. I want to help guide us forward, but not from a place of fear or pain. I want to help us grow, together. Rose nodded, her smile wide and full of pride. Then that's exactly what you'll do. We'll all do it together. And with that, Eleanor knew. The village was free. She was free. And the future was theirs to create. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in the warm glow of twilight, Eleanor felt something shift deep inside her. The weight of the past had lifted, not because it had disappeared, but because she had finally accepted it as part of her story. It no longer defined her. It no longer defined the village. The path forward was uncertain, as all paths were. But for the first time, Eleanor felt a quiet confidence take root. She wasn't waiting anymore. She was stepping into the future, ready to build, ready to live. The days continued their steady march through the rhythm of spring, each one carrying the weight of both the past and the future. The village of Ashford Hollow had changed. There was no denying that. It had been reshaped, reborn through the collective effort of the people who had stayed behind to rebuild, to reclaim their lives. Eleanor had seen the village through its darkest days, but now, as she walked through the vibrant streets, she realized that the work she had done, the struggle she had faced, was no longer the defining force in her life. As she passed through the village square, where children played under the watchful eyes of their parents, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pride. The fear that once gripped the villagers was now gone, replaced with hope. The market bustled with energy, as traders and families bartered goods, the air filled with the laughter of the townsfolk, the sound of life returning to what was once a haunted place. Eleanor's gaze lifted to the newly completed town hall, its tall, proud structure standing as a beacon in the heart of Ashford Hollow. It was a place of community, a place where decisions would be made, where the people would come together to shape the village's future. She had seen the building rise, stone by stone, and with it, her belief in the village's future had strengthened. It was more than a structure. It was a symbol of their collective will to move beyond the darkness. She had spent countless hours in the library, documenting the village's history, transcribing the old stories, and sharing the knowledge she had uncovered. It was her way of ensuring that the village never forgot what they had endured, what they had overcome. But it was also her way of learning to let go. She had poured her heart into the past, and now, as she stood in the sunlight, she could feel the weight of her old burdens lifting piece by piece. And yet, there were still moments when the past crept back into her thoughts, when the memory of her sister Lucy would rise unbidden, filling her heart with a deep, aching sorrow. The Hollow had claimed Lucy, had twisted her into something unrecognizable. But through Eleanor's sacrifice, her sister had found peace. It was a peace Eleanor could never fully claim for herself, but it was the closest she would ever get. Eleanor. The voice snapped her out of her reverie, and she turned to see Hugo walking toward her. His face, though aged and weathered, was still filled with the quiet wisdom she had come to rely on over the years. "Good to see you out here," he said with a smile. "You've been spending so much time in the town hall and the library lately. I thought I might find you in one of those books instead of walking around enjoying the day." Eleanor smiled, though it was a bittersweet expression. "I suppose I've been trying to stay busy. There's always something to do." Hugo chuckled softly, shaking his head. "There will always be something to do, yes. But sometimes it's important to stop and look at what's around you, to take a moment to breathe." Eleanor glanced around the village square, where the townsfolk were going about their daily routines, their faces full of life, full of hope. She could see the change in them. The Hollow had stolen so much from them, but now it was as if they had rediscovered the simple joy of living. "I've been thinking about that," Eleanor admitted. "I've spent so much time focused on the past, on undoing the wrongs, that I never really stopped to think about what I wanted for the future. What we all want." Hugo nodded slowly, his eyes understanding. "The future is a gift, Eleanor. And sometimes it's hard to see it when you're still holding on to the past. But the world keeps moving, and we have to move with it." Eleanor's heart tightened as she thought of Lucy. She had held on to that loss, that grief, for so long that it had become part of her. But now, she realized, it was time to let go, to let the memory of her sister be a part of her story. But not the whole of it. "I've let go of the Hollow," Eleanor said, her voice quiet, almost to herself. "I've let go of the fear, of the anger, but it's hard to let go of the people I've lost." Hugo's gaze softened. "You don't have to let go of them. They'll always be with you. But you can choose to live for the ones who are still here, for the future." Eleanor took a deep breath, feeling the truth of his words settle within her. The future was not something to be feared. It was something to embrace, to build. And while the past would always be a part of her, she didn't have to live in its shadow. "I'm ready," she said softly, the words coming from a place deep inside her. "I'm ready to move forward." Hugo smiled, his face crinkling with the warmth of his expression. "I thought you might be. The village is ready too. We've all been waiting for this. For you to take the next step." The weight of his words was not lost on her. The village had been waiting, not for a leader, but for a sense of direction, for someone to show them that the future was theirs, to claim. And though Eleanor had never seen herself in that role, she realized now that it wasn't about leading them. It was about walking alongside them. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the village. As the light faded into twilight, Eleanor and Hugo stood together in the heart of the village, watching as the last of the workers returned to their homes, as families gathered in the square, as life continued to unfold around them. It was a new beginning, not just for Ashford Hollow, but for Eleanor as well. She didn't have all the answers, and she didn't know what the future held. But as she looked around at the village, at the people who had fought with her, who had helped her, rebuild, she knew one thing for sure. She was no longer defined by the past. She was part of the future now, and the path ahead, though uncertain, was full of possibility. The circle was complete. The village had risen from the ashes, and so had she. The hollow, with all its darkness, had been vanquished, but its lessons had not been forgotten. They would live on in the stories told, in the lives rebuilt, in the choices they made from this day forward. Eleanor smiled, her heart light with the promise of tomorrow. The first rays of summer poured over Ashford Hollow, warming the earth, coaxing the village into a fuller bloom. The streets were alive with the hum of activity, laughter, the clink of tools, the steady thrum of life. The town hall, now complete, stood proudly at the heart of it all, its new walls filled with voices and laughter, and the village itself, a testament to resilience, slowly began to shed the shadows of its past. Eleanor stood at the edge of the town square, taking in the sight of the bustling village. The air was filled with the hum of a community at work, a village that no longer feared what lay in the forest beyond its borders, a village that had chosen life over darkness. She felt a quiet peace settle over her as she looked around. It was a peace she hadn't known she was missing until now. The day was bright, and the world felt full of promise. But in the back of her mind, there was always the subtle whisper of the past, the echo of the hollow that had once consumed her, the place where it all began. Even as the village thrived, even as she herself found a place in the world, those shadows would never fully vanish. They weren't meant to. They were part of the village's story, part of Eleanor's. But now they no longer held the power they once had. Eleanor's hand rested lightly on the wooden railing of the town hall's porch, her eyes drawn to the newly planted gardens in the square, where flowers bloomed in wild bursts of color, their fragrance mingling with the summer air. The gardens, like the village, had grown from the earth, nurtured by hard work, sweat, and a collective will to move forward. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice, familiar and warm. "Mind if I join you?" Rose asked, her smile as bright as the morning sun. Eleanor turned, offering her friend a smile in return. "Of course, what's on your mind?" Rose stepped up beside her, her eyes scanning the village before resting on Eleanor. "I've been thinking about how far we've come, how much has changed since you first arrived." Eleanor glanced at her, her thoughts drifting back to the first time she had stepped into Ashford Hollow, lost, unsure, burdened by the past. She had been consumed by the need to find answers, to fix what had been broken. But now, she stood here, not with a sense of needing to fix things, but with a sense of belonging. She had found a place here, a place in the village, a place in the world. "I never thought we'd get here," Eleanor admitted, her voice soft. "I never thought the village could be this alive. I never thought I could be this at peace with it all." Rose nodded, a knowing glimmer in her eyes. "You did it, Eleanor. You brought us all through the darkness. You gave us the chance to build something new. And now we're here, together." The weight of those words settled into Eleanor's heart, the truth of them quiet but undeniable. She had done more than break the curse. She had helped the village heal, rebuild, and rise again. And in the process, she had healed herself. "I couldn't have done it alone," Eleanor said, her gaze shifting back to the village. "None of us could have." "You're right," Rose said, her voice gentle. "But it was you who led us. You showed us that we had the strength to move forward, to leave the past behind." Eleanor was silent for a moment, the enormity of it all sinking in. She had led them through the darkest days, yes, but it wasn't just her strength that had gotten them through, it was theirs, the village's. And it was that strength, that unity, that had transformed Ashford Hollow into what it was now, a community bound not by fear, but by hope and a shared will to thrive. "What do we do now?" Eleanor asked, the question hanging between them like a soft breeze. "Now that we've rebuilt, now that we've moved forward, what's next?" Rose looked at her thoughtfully. "That's the beautiful part, isn't it? We get to decide. We've laid the foundation, and now it's up to all of us to decide what we build on it. The future is ours to create." Eleanor nodded, her heart lighter than it had been in years. She had spent so long burdened by the past, by the legacy of the Hollow, that she had forgotten how to dream about the future. But now, as she stood with Rose looking out over the village that had risen from the ashes of the past, she realized that the future was not something to fear. It was something to embrace. "I think I'm ready," Eleanor said quietly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Ready to help shape the future, ready to help the village grow." Rose smiled, a smile full of pride and quiet joy. "I knew you would be." As they stood there together side by side, watching the village come to life in the summer sunlight, Eleanor felt the weight of her journey lift. She had done what she needed to do. The village was free. She was free. And now it was time to live. The path ahead was still unknown, still uncertain. But the horizon was no longer dark. It was full of light. The village had risen. Eleanor had risen. And together they would face whatever the future held, not as victims of the past, but as architects of a new, brighter tomorrow. The village of Ashford Hollow stood bathed in the golden light of early summer. The last traces of spring had faded, and with it, the promise of new beginnings had settled into the very fabric of the land. The trees that had once been gnarled and twisted now swayed in the warm breeze, their branches full of life and promise. The river, once cold and silent, now flowed gently, its waters sparkling under the sun, reflecting the village's transformation. Eleanor stood on the steps of the newly completed town hall, her gaze scanning the village below. It was more than just a physical space, it was a living testament to the resilience of the people who called it home. The town hall, its wide doors open to the village, was no longer just a building. It was the heart of Ashford Hollow, a place where decisions were made, stories were shared, and the future was shaped. The village had changed, yes. It had been rebuilt piece by piece from the scars of its past. But the most significant change wasn't in the buildings or the streets, it was in the people. The Hollow had been defeated, its curse broken, and with it, the villagers had found something more precious than just survival. They had found hope. They had found a new purpose. And Eleanor, standing at the center of it all, had found herself. Her journey had been long, painful, and filled with moments of doubt. But it had led her here, to this moment, to a village that was no longer haunted by fear, to a place where she no longer felt defined by the past. The Hollow had taken so much from her, from them all, but it had not taken their will to live, to rebuild, to thrive. As she watched the villagers gather in the square, their faces full of life and hope, Eleanor realized that they weren't just surviving anymore. They were living. The Hollow, with all its darkness, had become a part of their history, but it no longer ruled their lives. Eleanor's thoughts drifted to Lucy. Her sister's face appeared in her mind, a gentle smile, a sense of peace that had once been so elusive. Lucy had been lost to the Hollow, but through Eleanor's sacrifice, her soul had found rest. And though the pain of that loss would never fully fade, Eleanor had come to realize that it wasn't her grief that would define her. It was her strength. Her choice to move forward. "Are you ready?" The soft voice brought Eleanor back to the present. She turned to see Rose standing beside her, her gaze thoughtful, her expression warm. The two of them had come a long way together, from the early days of uncertainty to this moment of shared purpose. "I think I am," Eleanor said softly, her eyes meeting Rose's. "I think we all are." Rose smiled, her eyes bright with pride. "You've come a long way, Eleanor. So has this village. And it's because of you, because you showed us that we could do this, we could rebuild." Eleanor shook her head slightly, her smile bittersweet. "It wasn't just me. It was all of us. We've all carried the weight of the past, but we've built something new, something stronger." Rose's smile deepened. "And that's why we're standing here today. Not because of what was taken from us, but because of what we've created." Eleanor looked around the village again, taking in the faces of the people who had once been so burdened by fear, so trapped in the cycle of loss. Now they were free. And so was she. The chimes of the town hall bell rang out across the village, a soft, melodic sound that filled the air. It was a sound of hope, of unity, of new beginnings. It was the sound of the future. "We've rebuilt," Eleanor said quietly, her voice filled with awe. "But the real work is in how we live now, what we choose to do with this second chance." Rose placed a hand on Eleanor's shoulder, her gaze soft. "We'll find our way. Together." Eleanor nodded, her heart swelling with quiet pride. It wasn't over. The journey was ongoing. There would be challenges ahead, struggles to face. But the village had learned something invaluable, that they were not bound by the past. They were not prisoners of their history. They were the authors of their own story. The future, though uncertain, was theirs to shape. "Do you think Lucy would have been proud of us?" Eleanor asked softly, her voice trembling with the weight of the question. Rose's hand tightened on Eleanor's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity, of understanding. "I think she already knows, and I think she's proud of you. Proud of what you've done, proud of what we've all done." Eleanor took a deep breath, the cool summer air filling her lungs. She felt lighter now, as if a weight she hadn't even realized she was carrying had been lifted. The village was alive with possibility, with a new sense of purpose. The work of rebuilding had never been just about restoring buildings. It had been about restoring the heart of the village. "We've done it," Eleanor whispered, her voice filled with quiet certainty. "We've truly done it." As she stood there with Rose, watching the villagers celebrate, Eleanor felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. The hollow was gone, its legacy fading with each passing day. But the village's story, her story, was just beginning. The future was wide open, and though it was still uncertain, she was no longer afraid to face it. She had broken the curse. She had freed the village. And now, it was time to live the life she had fought for. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in the warm glow of twilight, Eleanor took the first step into tomorrow. The legacy of Ashford Hollow had been shaped by loss, but it would be defined by the strength of those who had endured. And in the end, it would be a story of hope, a story that was still unfolding.